thank you to everybody that goes into making this happen. I love these classes. I really do. It's an awful lot of it's really a ball to be able to put this stuff on. As mentioned earlier, you'll need a copy of a VM in order to be able to do the hands-on labs. These slides are in the content channel. So right below live webcast chat is ACM-webcast content, and you can grab a copy of these slides from that channel. Make sure you grab the slides I posted today. There is a link I noticed just prior to it that's for the last class. I have made some changes. So make sure you're grabbing the latest and greatest material. I've also updated the VMs. So make sure you're using these links. But and here's the hashes, 256 hashes for each of those, so you can verify that everything downloaded for you properly. Troubleshooting, I ran through this. So basically, the biggest thing I see people run into with VMware is this hardware version error. Here's how to go through and fix that. Sometimes VMware will assign a different IP address to your system versus what it assigned to mine. So keep that in mind. So like I have commands in here on here's how to SSH to your VM instance. And it'll say, SSH space, the user ad and then an IP address. And it'll be this IP address. Yours might be different. So just look to see, it's going to be the 192.168.149 network. And I notice it tends to assign something between .128 and .133. So go find that IP address, make a note of it. That's the one you're going to have to use for targeting that system. And yeah, like we said, VMware likes a lot of memory, wants a lot more. Sometimes it wants more CPUs. And with VirtualBox, the biggest thing I've seen with that is setting up port forwarding, which, hey, we've got a blog on that to try and make that a little bit easier. So here's how you'll access your systems. So with VMware, you simply access the IP address that was signed to that virtual machine. So like I said, if you get 128 or if you get 129 or whatever it ends up happening to be, you can SSH to threat at that IP address to get in remotely via SSH. Or if you want to access it with your browser, https:// and then the IP address, and that'll get you there. With VirtualBox, the way VirtualBox sets up that VM, it's isolated. So no one on the network can get to that VM. The host itself can't even get to that VM. You have to set up port forwarding. And basically all port forwarding is you map a port on the host system, like port 10,022, and you point that at a port on the VM. So in this case here for SSH, would probably want to point it at, port 22, because that's the port SSH is listening on. So now when you SSH to localhost, the hosting system at this upper port, the virtual machine software simply redirects all of that traffic to the VM at port 22. I'm not sure why I had to do that. There we go. Yeah, logging in. So here's all your login names. Here's all your passwords. So if anybody goes through and says, hey, what's the password for this? Just point them, slide 9. That has all that information in it. And when the first time you go in and you launch AC Hunter, it's not going to have a database pre-selected. You've got to select one. Just grab the DNSCAT2-JAR3 one. Yeah, that we'll do a little bit of a hands-on walkthrough together on that one, but you're welcome to load up any other databases there. Your databases may vary. You may not have the same list. That's okay. Just grab the DNSCAT2-JAR3 one and you'll be good. For the labs today, we're actually going to create our own databases. So I'm going to walk you through that process. So we'll actually be importing the data that we go through and use. Some shameless plugs. Bill Stearns has a new Bash scripting class. Bill is a scripting guru. So it's been cool/scary, some of the things I've seen him do with scripting, which is pretty awesome. But he's got an on-demand class around that now. So here's the link for that. And here's some of the upcoming classes I have going. So if you like this and you want to take it a little further, I've got an advanced threat hunting class, intro to packet decode class. If you want to go back a little bit, you can go through that. And if you like this class and you want to refer it to some of your friends, we're going to be doing it again on October 3rd. Wild West Hackin' Fest coming up. We talked about that. Most of us, I think, are going to be on site for that. I know I'll be there. We are going to have an ACM booth. So if you show up, just stop by and say hi. Would love to kind of see people. And Prompt. So yeah, this is still available. So Prompt is a cybersecurity magazine that's put out by Black Hills, and each issue covers a specific topic. And the last one, the topic was, you guessed it, threat hunting. So we got to contribute a lot to that. So that was an awful lot of fun. We also, as part of that, created a capture the flag. So it's 20, 25 questions, somewhere in that range there. There's a range of difficulty levels with the questions. But one of the things we're doing is the top 3 scores each month. So, and the last one we're doing is August. So that'll be the end of this month. We go through and we give away prizes. So we give away things like, you may have noticed that there's a Van de Graaff generator sitting behind me. That was one of the prizes that we handed out to folks. So it's kind of cool, techie geek things like that. It's not just swag. We give out some cool stuff. But yeah, that'll be running for the last month, the end of this month. So go ahead and join in. We do have some people that already have perfect scores. But what we're going to do is whoever has a perfect score at the end of the month, they'll go into a pot. We'll randomly pick three people to win out of the ones that have the best score. Some quick logistics. Top of each hour, we'll do a quick 10-minute break. When we get to the halfway point in the class, we'll do a 20-minute break instead. That'll give you a little bit more time to, water the dog, feed the cat, take the kids out for a walk, whatever it is you need to do. Everything is in the chat channel. We talked about that. And we got some folks online to kind of monitor for some questions. Some of the stuff we're going to be working with is command line, specifically on Linux. And not everybody is familiar with the Linux command line. We've kind of grown up in a time where most folks are, learn how to do things through a GUI. But there's a lot of really useful tools on the command line. You don't want to dismiss those. So we're going to be doing stuff on the command line. Sometimes it can be a little challenging to figure out what's going on. I will explain things, but sometimes, maybe my explanation doesn't totally hit for you. So what do? How do you take it a little bit further? One of the things you can do is, this is what's referred to as a nested command. So what I'm doing is I'm saying, instead of just having this command run and then print the output to the screen, I'm going to run a command and redirect that output to another command that'll then take that data, do something with it, and then maybe run it through another command and then print it out to the screen. It may be kind of hard sometimes to kind of follow what's going on in each of these steps. Like I said, I'm going to explain it to you. I'll do my best, but sometimes a little bit more help can be useful. One of the things you can do is just simply run the first command by itself. See what that output looks like, right? So what's the goal we're trying to identify? Like maybe we're trying to identify what are the top 10 longest connections that took place on our network over the last 24 hours. That's the goal. That's what we want to solve. Run that first command. Okay, with that goal in mind, how does this help, but maybe not fully answer the question? Like maybe running the first command just shows us, the length of time that each connection took place, but it's in no useful order. Okay, well, now maybe we're running it through another command that's going to go through and resort that order so that the longest ones show up first, which would be useful to us if we're looking for the top 10, right? And then maybe that final command is just saying, hey, only show me 10. Don't show me 100, or let the results I care about scroll off the screen type of thing. So you can run one command, see what the output looks like, add in the second command, see how that changes it, and kind of follow it through that way. In some way, sometimes following the linear progression of how the data is getting changed can kind of help you figure things out. Another thing you can do is use explain shell. So just take the command I gave you, plug it in an explain shell, and explain shell will go through and tell you what's going on for each of those commands. That one's kind of neat too. So with all of that prelim out of the way, let's kind of jump into the content. So goals for this class. One of the biggest things I try to make sure I do accurately here is identify what is threat hunting, because there's a lot of misinformation out there. Some of this I think comes from old folks like myself wanting the skills they learned 10 years ago to still be relevant, because they're not. Threat hunting is brand new. This has only been around for like 3 to 5. 3 years, definitely 5 years if you really stretch it. We haven't had the technology to really do this well before then. So I want to give you a good definition around that. I want to give you a good idea of what should the process look like. What steps should you be doing and when? What are the different types of things that you should be going in and looking for? Once you think you found something that looks interesting, how do you figure out, is this something that I need to be concerned about or not? That's something we're going to talk about through as well. And then finally, what I want to do is, now that we've talked about all of that, let's do some hands-on labs and apply it. So now you'll get to look at some of the things we talked about, and you'll need to kind of make choices about, is this something I need to be concerned about? Yes or no, and why? So that's basically the goals for the class today. So where does threat hunting come from? Why did this kind of develop as a technology vertical? A lot of where it came from is we do pretty good at keeping the bad guys out until we can't. And then once the bad guys out are on our network, what we do really horrible at is figuring out they got in. In other words, figuring out our protections have failed, there's an adversary on the network, and we need to respond and do something about it. We're bad at that. There's studies that have been released over the years that kind of make it look like we're getting better at it. But when you look at the adjacent metrics, those tell a slightly different story. In other words, you'll see folks say that the dwell time is down. What does the dwell time mean? Dwell time is the amount of time between when the adversary got on the network versus when they actually get detected. And there's a number of studies some of them are showing that, we've got that down as low as like 30 days or less. Okay, couple problems. Problem number one, they're mixing in malware. They're mixing in ransomware. Ransomware, if you stop and think about it, what does ransomware do? Ransomware gets into your system, it infects your network over a couple of days, and then it tells you that it's there. So if that malware gets in and infects half of your environment, and then after 4 days announces to you, hey, you've been infected, pay us Bitcoin or you're going to lose all your systems. A lot of companies look at that and say, oh, that's a detect after 4 days. Well, but is it really? No, it's not. The bad guy giving up where they're located, that didn't mean you found them. That means they told you they were there. That one doesn't count. So that tends to skew the data lower, because they're looking at that as being a valid detect when in fact it's not. The other one that's really, really telling to me is when you look at things like, how long does it take to recover? How much does it cost to recover? How frequently does this result in private company information, whether it's customer data or IP or whatever the case may be, being leaked out to a third party? All those numbers are the same, and in some cases, they're a little worse. In other words, if it used to take 6 months to find bad guys on our network, but we've gotten so good at this that we're down to less than 30 days, I would expect that to cost less. It doesn't. I would expect that less data gets leaked out. It doesn't. So when you look at the adjacent metrics around breaches, all of those are the same, if in some cases getting worse. So that tells me, yeah, this dwell time drop may not be all it claims to be on the surface. So where does threat hunting fit in our model? Well, if you think about the tools we've had historically, they fall into one or two buckets. They're either a protection tool. These are things designed to keep adversaries off of our network. Firewalls are a good example of that. Two-factor authentication, that type of thing. This is what we do to make sure that bad people aren't able to get into our network. How the heck do you miss ransomware? Yeah, exactly. Once it announces itself, well, you just turn the screen off and go home, and we'll just ignore this problem. Maybe it will fix itself. Yeah, that's it. So yeah, some of our tools fall into that protection bucket. We've got other tools that fall into the response bucket, incident response or incident handling being a big one, right? This is what we do to respond to this attack. Threat hunting is designed to tie these two together. When our protections fail, how do we know when we need to go into incident response mode? That's the question that threat hunting is designed to answer. So this doesn't replace anything. right? You can't say, oh, well, I'm doing threat hunting, so I don't need an EDR solution anymore. Well, no, that's not what we're saying. Oh, I don't need a firewall anymore. No, that's not what we're saying. What we're saying is if your firewall fails, if your EDR fails and the attackers get in, this is what's going to let you know that those have failed and they've gotten in. This is what's going to allow you to detect that this happened in a reasonably short period of time versus 6 months later finding out from a third party that you were actually compromised. Because quite honestly, today, a majority of compromises go undetected by the person, by the entity that was attacked, and it's actually a third party that picks up on it. They either see the attacker moving laterally out of the environment, or it's a law enforcement agency that's tracking the group that's doing these types of attacks. The organization that's been breached doesn't actually figure it out themselves over 50% of the time. So start with the network. What do I mean by that? I mean, historically, we've kind of focused on endpoints, and that it kind of makes sense, right? Because when you go to college, every computer class kind of revolves around doing some level of coding, and you kind of focus on the operating system. And that's where, the first thing you learn is the operating system, not the network. So that's where everybody's comfort zone is. So it's not really that surprising to me that when we look at how do we, keep the bad guys away, we tend to kind of focus on the endpoint exclusively. Here's the problem. That's not always a possibility, right? Because an endpoint isn't just a Windows system. It could be a Mac. It could be a Linux. It could be a BSD system. It could be a printer. It could be an industrial Internet of Things device. It could be a router. It could be a switch. And oh, by the way, with the exception of the first thing I listed, none of those run Windows. So if you know how to lock down Windows, hey, that's a great tool to have, but it isn't going to help you on any of these other platforms. And how you need to figure out if they've been breached is going to vary greatly at an operating system level between all of those, right? So like Mac, Windows, Linux, you've got access to the OS, you can install tools, you can set up logging, you can do all these types of things that you can't do on your routers, on your industrial Internet of Things devices, on your thermostats, etc. So if we try to lock things down starting at the endpoint, there's all these different, restrictions that we run into. But when we look at the network homogenizes all of that. When an attacker breaches a Windows system and sets up a C2 channel, that looks exactly the same as if they do it to a Mac, BSD, printer, IoT, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. In other words, if you learn how to do this on the network, you can protect anything. You don't need host-specific skills. You'll need host-specific skills if you want to get into doing a forensic analysis on what malware they installed and all that other fun stuff. But just to figure out the host has been breached, once you figure out how to find this on the network, it's equal opportunity to be able to go through and do this. I'm reminded of so active countermeasures. We obviously make a threat hunting tool, and we've got a ton of open source tools around threat hunting that we release as well. But we had a customer come in, I think this is probably a good 4 or 5 years ago. They came in, they went through a demo, they liked the tool, they bought it, they deployed it in their environment. And then they came back to us and said, hey, so we're seeing something a little weird. Can we get somebody to just kind of double check what we're seeing to see if this is something we need to worry about or not? So we said, sure. Yeah, no, happy to help you out. What do you got? And they showed us what they had. And what they had was about a half a dozen systems that were all beaconing out on a regular basis to Guangzhou, China. If you're not familiar with that term beaconing, don't worry. I'm going to describe it in just a little bit. But these half a dozen systems were all beaconing out to Guangzhou, China. Well, for those who've done threat hunting in the past, you probably immediately know how the questioning went with them, right? Question number 1, do you have a field office in Guangzhou, China? No, we don't. Question number 2, do you have a business partner? No. Do you have a vendor? No. Can you think of any legitimate reason why your system should be talking to this? No. Then yeah, you've got something you need to be concerned about. You need to do some investigation to find out what's going on with these systems. And what it turned out to be was the facilities team within this organization had bought about a half a dozen IP-based cameras off of Amazon, and they came pre-compromised by the vendor. They came pre-configured to take pictures of the inside of the environment and send them off to, you guessed it, Guangzhou, China. Now, they had been doing that for like 3, 6 months, however long those cameras had been on the network while before they got AC Hunter installed. Nothing else they did detected that this was taking place because it looked like just simple outbound HTTP connections going out to the same spot on a fairly regular basis. The firewall, the IDS, none of the other stuff tagged that. There was no way to put endpoint software on there, so they couldn't monitor it. If it had logging, it's certainly not going to generate a log entry that said, I just took a picture of your manufacturing floor and sent that off to Guangzhou, China. Haha, sucks to be you. You know, you're not going to get a syslog message like that. So they had no visibility of it. But once they started threat hunting the network, bang, this thing stuck out like a sore thumb. So that's why I say start with the network, right? This is going to kind of equalize everything for you. It's going to give you one vision, one process that's going to work for everything. So what does a threat hunt look like from a very high level? You know, in other words, we'll get into what each of these, what the actual steps are of each of these pieces in a little bit. But just to get started, what's it look like from a high level? The first thing I like to do is go in and look for connection persistency. What I like to do is target the C2 channel. Why? Because processes can be hidden. If I am relying on my host logging or my endpoint software, my EDR software to tell me when something bad occurs, if some software running on that system figures out how to defeat that protection, I'm host, right? It's kind of like you're in the matrix and you've learned how to control the matrix. That's what the malware does. Once the malware learns how to control the matrix, it's in, all bets are off. You can't trust anything you say. You know, it's like, you know, if you think back to the old Matrix movies, it's like, hey, anyone, you know, could turn into somebody you need to be deathly afraid of. It's the same type of thing with malware. But if we're on the network, it doesn't have that type of capability. So if we target the C2 channel, they can try and mix it in with regular traffic, but they can't stealth it. So the first thing I go look for is connection persistency, that command and control channel calling home. The next thing I look for is, okay, when I find persistent connections, the next thing I go looking for is there a business need associated with that? Think about that, right? If your system is in constant communication with someone out on the internet, there damn well better be a good reason for that, right? Now, maybe it's talking, you know, NTP to a time server. Oh yeah, there's a business need for that. My system needs to be in time sync. Maybe it's calling back to Microsoft to check for patches. Oh yeah, I got to keep my systems patched and up to date. You know, that's perfectly reasonable. So there are business reasons why you might have a persistent connection. But if you analyze the connection, and again, it's going to Guangzhou, China, there's no apparent business need for that. When you can't identify a business need, it's time to go down the rabbit hole and figure out what's really going on. So the next thing I'll go in and I'll start looking at, is there anything odd or off about the protocol? One of the things you tend to find with C2 channels is that something is weird with them, right? Like the user ages string just doesn't look quite right, or the DNS names being looked up just don't look quite right. You know, they don't necessarily break the RFC rules, but they bend them in a way that that if you're familiar with what normal traffic looks like, you know, it's something that you're just not used to seeing, or it's something that doesn't make logical sense. So that's the next thing I'll go through and do. Once I've analyzed that, analyze the protocol, then I'll go in and see, what can I learn about that internal system? What is it? Are we collecting any logs off of it? Can I identify what process on that system is causing this connection to take place? Is that a stealth process? In other words, can I see every other IP address that system talks to, but I can't see the application making those connections? If that's a true statement, oh yeah, I've got a real problem going on in that endpoint. All of these steps are designed to kind of figure out, do I need to go into incident response mode or not? And I don't necessarily have to execute on all of them. In other words, I may figure out just based on the protocol analysis that, yeah, no, this is a C2 channel. Okay, boom, we hit the big red incident response button at that point there. We don't need to do an internal IP investigation. That'll be done as part of the incident response process. So we go through this just far enough that we need to make a final disposition of, I think this is okay. This is not a threat. in which case we simply add it to a safe list, which means it doesn't show up in future hunts. Or no, this looks like we're compromising. Awesome, Brian. Yeah, got to hit that big red incident response button. We've got Houston, we've got a problem. So here's an example, right? Don't get too caught up in the tool or any of that stuff yet. We're going to go in and talk about this stuff in more detail later. But let's start with this graph on the bottom. All right. The graph on the bottom is telling me how often did this internal private address connect to this IP address out on the internet. So my x-axis is time. Each one of these bars represents a 1 hour period of time. My y-axis is quantity. How many times during that hour did that connection take place? Well, notice what we can do here. We can draw a flat line across the top. In other words, this thing on a regular schedule is calling out to say, hey, it's calling out to the system out on the internet on a very repetitive schedule. That's connection persistency. When we see that, there needs to be a business need. So again, if it's calling out every 20 minutes to see what time it is, yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about that. But if it's calling out every 20 minutes to Guangzhou, China, yeah, no, that something's wrong there. Something's wrong there. We need to dig in a little bit deeper. See this graph here? This graph is identifying how often was a certain time interval seen. So if we look at where is this red line, it's sitting at about 120 connections each hour. Well, do a little bit of simple math, and that means we have a connection taking place every 30 seconds. What this does is this drills down on how often was a specific dwell time seen. And what this is telling me is that, well, it's not exactly 30 seconds all the time. The time is being varied between 27 and 31 seconds. So it's getting what's referred to as jittered. It's not going off at an exact time. The time is changing a little bit back and forth, up and down. When you map this out like we have here, anytime you see a bell curve, that always tells me this is Cobalt Strike. Cobalt Strike is a common command and control channel that's used by red teams everywhere, and it's used by adversaries everywhere. Sunburst, right? So that was a Russian attack that had a global impact to it. That used Cobalt Strike for the command and control channel, right? So even though it's commercial software and the Russians didn't pay for it, hey, they're bad guys. They don't care, right? It's like crooks use stolen guns. It's not a big surprise, right? This is the same type of thing. They just steal the software and use it. They don't care. They're using it for nefarious purposes. They're not worried about getting sued over, IP violations type of thing. But even the Russians and this high-level attack that went after multiple government agencies was using Cobalt Strike. So anytime you see this type of variance where it's, more often in the middle versus the min or the max, that's usually an identification that it's Cobalt Strike. This section here normally tells us what DNS query did the user perform that caused them to go to this IP address. So I might type in, google.com, and this would tell me google.com as it shows that I connected to one of the IP addresses that associated with that system. Well, here we can see there was no DNS lookup. They did a direct connection to this IP address. Well, that's kind of odd, right? I mean, IT people do that sometimes. Security people do that sometimes. But, I wouldn't expect, Mary in sales to be typing an IP address into her browser to go to a site on a regular basis. That just doesn't happen. So the fact there's no DNS query looks kind of odd. So is this a command and control channel? Is this something we need to worry about that tells us the system has been compromised? Maybe. I'm leaning that way here a lot. The Cobalt Strike thing, this looking like Cobalt Strike. Yeah, that's, I'm definitely more than 50% convinced that this is evil. But what if my threshold before pushing that big red incident response button is 75 to 80? In other words, if I push that big red incident response button and it turns out to be nothing, I now look like Chicken Little screaming that the sky is falling when it's actually not. So I want to be pretty certain before I push that big red incident response button. Based on the data I have here, like I said, I'm more than 50% convinced. I'm not 80% convinced. Well, one of the things we could do now that we've gone in and we've looked at, protocol usage and that type of thing is go in and pivot to the host. That's what this little beaker icon does. We'll talk more about beaker later, but beaker just goes through and collects what applications are talking on the network. So if I take what application was causing these connections to take place and look at that, that may help me run down if this is something I need to be worried about. So for example, here, this is telling us it's runtime broker. Well, runtime broker is software that runs on your Windows system to ensure that any applications you've downloaded from the Windows Store are not trying to exceed the level of permissions that have been assigned to them. So if you have so let's say you download an app that says, yeah, I just need write access to a directory. And now all of a sudden that app is trying to read the registry and crack your passwords and pivot out on the network and do all this other weird stuff. Runtime broker is the tool that A, stops it from happening, and B, tells you about it. Oh, so this is a good tool, Chris, right? Well, yeah, except why would a Microsoft tool be calling back to DigitalOcean? In other words, I would expect some Microsoft.com or Windows.com domain to be associated with. This is what we saw. No, it's doing a direct IP connect. Maybe this is not the runtime broker we think it is. In other words, yeah, no, I don't think this is the runtime broker we think it is. I think this is definitely some malware on that system. Now, if this had said Slack, and we know we use Slack, and Slack tends to use DigitalOcean, which they don't, they use Amazon, but I'm just using that as an example, we could say, yeah, this is probably okay. But in this context, oh, yeah, no, I'm definitely 80% certain we got a problem or more. I'm going to hit that big red incident response button at this point. Don't cross the passive active line. Threat hunting is simply a matter of figuring out, are we in a compromised state, yes or no? You don't want to go in and start doing things that A, will make changes, or B, give your potential adversary a heads up that you're coming and that you're onto them, because bad things can really happen at that point. So I'm really big on, when you do a threat hunt, the data you're working with and manipulating with will give no indication to your adversary that you're actually onto them. So, for example, I'm recording traffic going by on the network. I'm using that to go through and figure out if I have a C2 channel I need to worry about. The attacker has no way of doing that. Packet sniffing is a passive function. They don't know if you're grabbing packets off the wire or not. So they have no way of knowing that you may be onto their C2 channel. But if I go log into the internal system and I start running commands to see what user accounts are on this box, what processes are running in memory, well, if they own that box, they're going to see that traffic. They're going to know you're onto them. You don't want to do that. That needs to be part of incident response. Why am I making such a big deal about there being a delineating line there? Because I've seen people shoot themselves in the foot accidentally. What do I mean by that? When you're doing threat hunting, that tends to be 1, 2, or 3 people that are focused on a goal. Is there C2 on the network or not? When you do incident response, that tends to involve everybody, and you get a lot more disciplines involved, and you tend to make better choices about things you should do and things you should not do. I'll give you a great example. One of the common things I see a lot of organizations do is that when they find a system has been compromised, they isolate that host. So the concept is, oh, I think I see C2 channel coming from the CFO's computer. So I am going to isolate that off onto its own VLAN and don't let it talk to anybody else on the internal network. And I may even shut it off from having internet access at that point. I'm going to isolate it off. Makes logical sense, right? Here's the problem. The problem is the attacker may own more than just the CFO system. What I typically see is you'll have one compromised system that calls home on a pretty short frequency. Like the one we were looking at just a minute ago was calling home every 30 seconds, right? 30 seconds to a minute tends to be kind of average for these things. So you'll have one system that's calling out every 30 seconds to a minute. But then if you go look and see who is talking to that external IP address, it's not just this one system. There's 12, 14, maybe more other systems talking to that same IP, but they're only calling out every 6 hours, maybe every 8 hours. It's a very long dwell time. What's going on there? That's the attacker's backups. We've all heard the horror stories from folks where they'll say, hey, yeah, we found a compromised system. We isolated it, we kicked the attackers out, and then they got back into our network again within a couple of hours. How did they do that? Well, the answer is they didn't. They didn't get back in. They were always in. You just didn't detect the other systems they got access to because they had a much longer dwell time and you weren't waiting long enough or capturing enough traffic to be able to pick up on that. So if the attacker figures out you're onto them, they may change their tactics. They may go from just passively trying to steal some information to actively trying to trash your environment to remove as much evidence of them being there as possible. In other words, they may start going scorched earth on your ass, and you don't want them doing that. So while it sounds good on the surface to isolate a system as soon as you think it's compromised, the reality is that's a very bad idea because that may trigger some aggressive actions out of your adversary. A couple of threat hunters, one or two threat hunters doing a hunt may not think about the consequences of something like that. If you have an incident response with lots of smart people together at the same time, hopefully at least one person out of that group will figure it out. So that's why I say, don't cross this passive active line. Everything we should do should be undetectable by the adversaries themselves. So let's talk about some techniques. So where to start? Well, we're starting on the network. So we're going to start by monitoring the traffic on the network. What traffic should we monitor? What I like to see is what's going in and out of the internet, right? Because if somebody compromises my system and has it called to a C2 server, that C2 server is going to be out on the internet someplace. Well, I'll get more into command and control servers and what they are and how they work in just a little bit. But the short answer for now is that is the proxy between the attacker and the compromised system. In other words, the attacker is going to send commands to the C2 server, and then the compromised system is going to call out to that C2 server and retrieve those commands and execute them. So it acts as a proxy between the attacker and the system that the attacker owns. So it tends to be out on the internet someplace where the attacker has access to it. Well, that means it's going to cross my perimeter. That means it's going to go from my internal environment to my external. So that's probably where I want to go in and do my monitoring. Do I want to do it inside or outside the firewall? I prefer inside the firewall because that way I get to see the actual source IP addresses being used. If I monitor outside the firewall, everything's gone through NAT, right? Everything typically gets NATed to one or maybe a couple IP addresses, and that's it. So now if I see a C2 channel from outside the firewall, I now need to go to the firewall and figure out which internal systems were NATing to that source port at that time. And that just creates additional legwork to go through. So if I monitor inside the firewall, all those problems go away. How much data do you need? Today, I would say at a minimum, you need 12 hours. I mentioned Sunburst earlier. Sunburst was going off every 15 minutes plus or minus a minute and a half. What that means is that if you're monitoring, let's say, 30 minutes of data, right? You're using 30 minutes of data to do your threat hunts. If Sunburst on your network or a similar tool was there, you would have maybe one, usually two, definitely never three data. Possibly three if everything lined up properly. So you're going to have between 1 and 3 data points to work with to figure out that there's a persistent connection there. That's not enough, right? That's right. If you see a system connect to somebody one time, you have no idea if that's persistent or not. That might be opportunistic. You've got no way of knowing. So the more data we work with, the easier that becomes. Let's stretch that out to 24 hours now, right? So Sunburst is calling out every 15 minutes plus or minus a minute and a half. So it's calling out about 4 times an hour. Well, over a 24-hour period of time, that's going to be almost 100 data points. With 100 data points, I can figure out if there's persistency. Absolutely. But with 1 to 3, no, definitely not. So that's why I say 12 hours minimum, 24 is ideal. Now, with that said, let's say you work with really super secret, urgent, important information. Is 24 hours enough? Be not. You might want a longer period than that. I think for the average, commercial entity, 24 hours is plenty. But, there's always edge cases out of everything. You may need a longer period of time. So typically the way this is going to get deployed within your environment is you're going to set up some way to monitor the traffic. on the internal interface of the firewall. So this could be a network tap, right? So a network tap is just a physical device that plugs in the middle here and then siphons traffic off for a device to be able to go through and sniff it. Or more common, you may go in and set up port mirroring. What's some of the other ones I've seen? There's a couple vendors have other names for it, but basically you can go in and you can tell your switch, hey, all the traffic that's going in and out of this port here, let's just pretend this port is port 7. All the traffic going in and out of port 7, send it over to port 24 as well. And now I plug a sniffer into port 24, and now it gets to see all of the traffic as it's going out there as well. So that's, going in and using port mirroring is a common way that a lot of folks will go through and set this up. My sniffer has one interface to monitor that traffic, and it typically doesn't bother having an IP address assigned to it because it's never going to communicate anything out. This interface is simply there to just capture traffic, and that's it. And then it has a second interface that you can use to connect to that box when you need to. So yeah, MJ saying, yep, span port is another common descriptor for a mirror port. Yep, absolutely. So it'll go in and tell you, yeah, I want to span port 7 over to port 24. And now a copy of all that traffic going in and out of that port goes there as well. And then I might have another system here to analyze this data that's being collected by my network port. Raspberry Pis make good sniffers. If you can get them. Yeah, I would totally agree, Brian. So with the testing we've done, you can usually do a pretty good job of capturing traffic with internet link speeds up to about a gig. If it's a gig consistent, the Pi might start missing some traffic. If it's bursting to a gig on occasion, you'll probably be perfectly fine with a Raspberry Pi or something equivalent to that. Right. There are actually, I've seen, and Bill actually did a webcast on this. He did a webcast with one of our other cohorts that kind of talked about Raspberry Pis that have like redundant power supplies and all this other stuff. So it's cheap, but it actually works pretty well within like a commercial environment. So yeah, that's definitely a good opportunity here as well. Does monitoring C2 have blind spots? Yeah, not everything works this way. Right? Not everything has a C2 channel to it. It's the exception, not the rule. And it's the exception, not the rule, because without the C2 channel, the attacker has no administration capability with the malware itself. And that can get dangerous. And, the one exception that I'm pointing out here is NotPetya. That's probably a good example. So NotPetya was the Russians, as usual, going after Ukraine. And what they did was they installed malware that looked to see if you were doing business. Well, they got it. They did a supply chain attack against some tax software. So if you were downloading this tax software that was designed to help you pay the right amount of taxes within Ukraine, it was assumed you were doing business in Ukraine. So they just, distributed it out through that. And there was no C2 channel that was created. It would go through. Once it ended up on a network, it would then try to move laterally to other systems. And then once it got access to those other systems, it would encrypt all the data. And then it would pretend, oh, hey, send Bitcoin to this wallet and, we'll unlock your data for you. And it was completely bogus. You couldn't get your data unlocked. The problem was this didn't stay in Ukraine. This distributed globally. I mean, I remember like the CNN news feed showing, literally a mile plus of 18-wheelers backed up at shipping docks in New Jersey and out in California because the shipping company, the systems they use to figure out how to load and unload those big ships, because you can't just like pull stuff off and put it on. There's everything gets weighed. Where it goes is computer decided to make sure that ship isn't going to tip over in transit, or even worse, tip over right in the port. So without that software, you can't take stuff off a ship. You can't put stuff on a ship. And this company got hit. So globally, global transport took a hit for a while until they could clean up from that. Systems in Russia got brought down. because as it turned out, there were a couple of Russian companies that were doing business in Ukraine, and all of a sudden that started propagating it within Russia as well. So it's not a good idea to do things like this. The original internet worm was something that didn't create a C2 channel either. And as we all know, that was the first and only time that the internet really kind of went down because so many people got dropped offline because of it. So these are the exception, not the rule. But it is a possibility that'll go undetected if you're going in and checking for C2. So how do you catch these? Well, now we're back to relying on our endpoint tools and our firewalls and all that other stuff. There isn't really a clear way to go after it, to target these beyond what we've been doing historically. So like I said, start by checking for persistency. What does persistency mean? Persistency means that system is in constant communication out on the host, out with the system out on the internet. It may just create a connection and hold it open all the time. That's what's referred to as a long connection. Or it may call out to that host, see if there's any marching orders for it, wait some defined period of time, and then do it again. And then wait some defined period of time and connect again. Wait some period of time, connect again. That's what's referred to as a beacon. So like I said, a long connection so there's a couple of ways you can kind of carve this one. So a long connection can just simply be hold the connection open all the time. There are variations off of that though. Metasploit, when it creates a C2 channel, connects out to the C2 server, holds it open for 30 minutes, kills it, and then immediately reestablishes the connection again. Why? Well, they do that for a couple of reasons. One is if you're going in looking for long connections, right? If I'm hunting an environment, I'm going to focus on connections that are lasting more than 5.5 hours or so, about 20,000 seconds. Why? Well, because that's when you start getting into it's been connected for more than like a full day. That's going to help kind of filter out, this is just a VPN connection type of thing. That's, someone's running during business hours or something along those lines. 5.5 hours or more is really where I start going in and paying attention. So because Metasploit only lasted 30 minutes, well, that 30 minutes is way below that 5.5 hour threshold. So yeah, you'd never see that. With beacons, what a lot of environments do is they go in and they say, I'm going to look for systems that connect to somebody out on the internet more than 1,000 times in a day, right? Because think about it. If something's calling out every second, that's going to be 86,000 plus connections, right? And they tend to be kind of fairly quick. If I'm connecting once per minute, that's still going to be, over 3,000 connections a day. So they may set a threshold and say, anytime somebody has talked to someone on the internet more than X number of times in a day, usually it's like 500 or 1,000, that's something worth going in and paying attention to. Well, if you think of how Metasploit's working, Metasploit is connecting every 30 minutes, which means it's connecting less than 50 times a day. So if your threshold is 500 to 1,000, you'll never see it. So it's one of the ways that Metasploit tried to make their C2 channel really stealthy. So one of the other ways you can look at something being a long connection is look at cumulative communication time. Over a 24-hour period of time, out of that, how long were these two systems in communication with each other for? So it's almost like a percentage of the time type of thing. And of course, with Metasploit, it's calling out, it's holding the connection open for 30 minutes, it's killing it, it's immediately reestablishing the session. Well, if I add up all those 30-minute increments, I end up with 24 hours. So it's in communication for 24 hours out of 24 hours. That's a long connection. So long connections can be an individual session. It can be a accumulation of all the communications that have taken place between two endpoints. You can go in and you can look at those either way. So here's an example of that. So what I'm looking at here is here's my source IPs, here's the destination IP address they're talking to, and most importantly, here is the duration of time that took place. AC Hunter, which we're going to work with once we get into the labs a little bit, it will give you two views. View one, which is what we're looking at here, this is cumulative communication time. View two is individual session communication time. So you can go in and you can look at it either way. When it goes in and it scores it, it's based on the cumulative time. But you can go in and you can carve these out any way that you want to. this state, what does this mean? Zeke has a couple of interesting design challenges. One of which is Zeke doesn't actually log anything until the connection closes. So imagine you've got a connection that's just open and running all the time. So I go in, I whack one of your systems, I create a long connection back to my C2 server, and I just leave it up and running all the time. Well, if you're running Zeke, Zeke will see that, but it won't tell you about it. It's going to wait until the connection closes before it tells you that connection is there. So here's the problem. Let's say I leave that connection open for 90 days. That gives me 90 days to run around your environment and steal IP and do whatever the heck I want to. And then once I'm done and I'm cleaning up on the way out, that's when you'll get a log entry that says, oh, hey, this internal system was talking to that external IP for 90 days. And you look at that and say, whoa, wait a minute. I check my logs every day. Why am I just finding out about this now? And it's one of the limitations with Zeke. One of the things we do with AC Hunter is we actually include a script that goes in and actually grabs a copy of the state table each hour and compares that to what's actually getting logged. So if there's something in the state table, like a connection that's been open for a week and it's never getting closed, but it hasn't been written to a log entry, which Zeke won't do because that connection hasn't finished yet, we'll present that on the screen and list it as being in an open state. So that way you don't lose visibility on them. You don't get what I like to refer to as the 90-day surprise. You don't, after 90 days, get a log entry saying this has been open for 90 days. What you would see is after 24 hours, you'd see this connection's been running for 24 hours and it's still open. And if you come back an hour later, you'll see it's been open for 25 hours. If you come back an hour after that, you'll see it's been open for 26 hours and so on and so on and so on until it's long enough for you to decide, yeah, this is something I need to go in and pay attention to. So it's just a way to make sure Zeke doesn't actually accidentally blind you. So that brings us to beacons. Love the explanation, Chris. Thanks for the clarity. Dude, that's totally what I'm here for. And if it's ever not clear, feel free to just throw a question into the Discord channel. All right. Ooh, that's good toxic slime. So let's talk about beacons. So like I said, beacons are a repetitive connection calling out to the internet. So typically what a system's going to do is when it's beaconing, it's going to wait for some period of time. And this could be a fixed time period. It could be a variable time period. The difference is whether it's getting jittered or not. Jittered is when I'm changing up the time interval on when I go home. And we'll talk about why attackers like to do that in just a little bit. But the way a C2 channel works is, so let's say this is my CFO's computer. They get an email that has a link that they just click and they probably shouldn't have. And all of a sudden, there's some malware running on that system now. So this system is currently in a compromised state. It's got malicious code running on it. Well, I got a firewall here. So my attacker can't connect to that directly. So they need to come up with another means to communicate with that host. So what they do is when this system gets compromised, they install command and control software on it that programs this system to create a connection out to some server on the internet. This says, command and control CNC. You'll hear me use C2. I like the descriptor C2 for some reason. So I'll refer to the command and control server as a C2 server. So the compromised system calls out to the command and control server and says, hey, do you have anything for me to do? Here I am. I'm compromised. Do you have anything for me to do? And then there's a work queue that's assigned to that system on this computer. And if there's nothing in the work queue, the system's told, nope, go back to sleep. And now it'll just wait some period of time, call in again and say, hey, do you have anything for me to do? Nope, go back to sleep. Hey, do you have anything for me to do? Nope, go back to sleep. And just over and over and over again. Now, let's say the attacker does have something they want to do. Let's say the attacker wants to see, what tasks are running on the system. They want to execute the TList command. They'll connect to the command and control server and they'll say, hey, the next time this system calls in, tell it to run the TList command. Well, now when this system calls out to the C2 server and says, do you have anything for me to do? This time the answer is yes. Run this command, TList. Great. Malware executes that command, takes the output from running that command, exfiltrates that out back to the C2 server. So now that data gets sent back to the attacker. So the attacker gets to see what is the results of running the TList command on that internal system. So even though they can't directly connect to it, they're still able to go in and execute commands off of it, which is, kind of scary. So this is one of the things we want to find if it's taking place on our network. So that's your typical C2 channel. One of the things we're starting to see now is rather than having the compromised system call out directly to the C2 server, they take the C2 server and they put it behind a content delivery network like Akamai, like Amazon, and they locate it back there instead. This is really stealthy, right? Because think about it. Here, let's go back to that last example. This is in Guangzhou, China. You see an internal system talking to an IP in Guangzhou, China. There's no reason for it to be doing that. No one's ever done that before. You might be able to figure out, hey, this is something I need to worry about. But a content delivery network, let's pick on Akamai, just because they're the biggest CDN network in the world. Your Microsoft stuff is going back through this. They have a lot of legitimate companies they're the biggest content delivery network in the world. They have a lot of major companies that are using them as a service. So, my Windows system, when it wants to check for patches, is going through these Akamai CDN servers. Well, if the attacker puts their C2 server behind Akamai as well, those same IP addresses map back to that C2 server. Ouch. So I can't look for IP to IP connection anymore to find my C2. I need to figure out what host was they actually trying to get access to. So I need to go in and look at like my HTTP information. One of the parts of my HTTP header is the host parameter. What was the fully qualified domain name this user was trying to get to? And I need to look for traffic going to that. If it's encrypted, I need to look at the SNI information. What's the SNI identifying as the eventual endpoint that system was going to connect to on the other side of the CDN? So this gets complicated because I can no longer do this at layer 3. I need to be application aware, and I need to reach into the application layer to figure this out. And it's getting spread out over multiple IPs. It's not to a single IP anymore. And there's legitimate traffic going to those IPs that need to get filtered out. I'm not seeing a lot of tools doing this yet, which is a shame because we're starting to see the attackers figuring out, hey, this is a good way to go undetected. Because you can't, it's not like you can add these to a ban list, right? We've always, for the longest time, we've wanted to try and rely on ban lists to save us, or threat intel lists. You're not going to put Akamai servers on a threat intel list because that's where your Microsoft traffic's going. That's where your Apple traffic is going. That is, all these legitimate companies talk through those as well. You can't just ban them. So it's a great way for them to go blend in. Rita, AC Hunter, both enterprise and commercial, which we'll be working with in labs, all of those can detect C2 that are going through a CDN network like this. And last one, and then we'll go through and take a break. So I mentioned jitter, right? Changing up that timing. Why do attackers do that? They do that because an awful lot of network-based threat hunting tools rely on this algorithm called k-means clustering to detect beacon activity. So there's a good wiki on that if you want to go check it out. But basically, I can describe k-means for you in a nutshell. K-means identifies repetitive patterns in large data sets. So imagine we had 1 million connections go out to the internet yesterday. But buried in there is one of my internal IPs was connecting to an external IP on the internet exactly once per minute all day long. Well, that's a repetitive pattern. K-means will flag that as something you need to go in and pay attention to. Well, what if we jitter that connection? What if we say beacon once per minute plus or minus 50%? Well, now the dwell time might be as short as 30 seconds. It might be as long as 90 seconds. K-means looks at that and says, oh, that's not a repetitive pattern. Don't worry about it. And it doesn't flag it for you. So for vendors that are trying to leverage K-means, one of the things they run into is anytime a connection gets jittered, they need to fall back on signatures to try and pattern match on known attack patterns. In other words, if a new C2 channel gets created, they can't detect it based on its behavioral analytics. They're stuck dealing with signatures and that's it. Well, that kind of stinks. Yeah. That's why so many tools did such a bad job at picking up on Sunburst. Sunburst was out in the wild for 5 months before most people figured out it was there, because it didn't have a it was jittering the connection and didn't have a known signature for dealers to be able to key in on. Now, with that said, Rita, which Keith shared a link to that, thank you, as well as, the enterprise side AC Hunter. Well, there wasn't a free version then, there is now, but our tools detected it, no problem. We had customers that were like, hey, so my solar wind server, I just did an upgrade and it's now beaconing out to this IP address in Europe, and it's never done that before. Should I be worried about that? Yeah, you probably should. Even though Sunburst is telling you, even though Solar Wind Support is telling you it's not them, it must be some other software on your system, don't worry about it. Yeah, worry about it. And what folks would do is they go in and they create some firewall rules that would stop their Solar Wind server from being able to connect to that IP. Well, that broke the C2 channel. That's kind of cool, right? Because think about that. They didn't know this was a nation state attack. They didn't know for sure there was malware. But by knowing something was different was happening and there was a persistent state to that traffic, that allowed them to go in and make sure they weren't vulnerable like everybody else. And then, 5 months later was when FireEye came out and said, hey, so there's this thing we decided to name Sunburst, and here's what's going on, and SolarWinds is hacked and everybody's screwed. And that's when all the vendors started screaming, oh, hey, we can detect it. Yeah, you know what? Who cares? Once FireEye came out and said, oh, hey, there's this Sunburst thing, you know what happened with the Russians? Yeah, no, okay, stop using that. We've been detected. Go away. Signatures don't friggin' matter at that point, right? Because it's a dead channel. I can detect what a 1948 Packard looks like. Yeah, who cares? Nobody's driving those anymore, right? Same type of thing. So behavior is the way to go. That's why instead of using k-means, we wrote our own algorithms, that we went through and pat. So that's what jitter is. Jitter is change up the timing just enough that k-means can't detect it, so that most vendors have to fall back on signature verification, which means they're probably going to miss a lot of these. They're going to miss anything new that happens to take place. All right. And with that said, we're about 3 minutes after the top of the hour. It's time for our 10-minute break. We're doing good on time. So let's do this. Let's take a break until 15 minutes after the top of the hour. So I'm going to go on mute during that time, just because people always get sad when they can hear talking through the headset and they think maybe class has started even though it hasn't. And, so we won't go there. So I will not start things back up again until 15 minutes after the top of the hour. Chat with you folks then. All right. So, wow, a lot of questions during break. So let me kind of buzz through these real quick and then we'll get started back into the content again. So there was a question about how does that algorithm work? So we've got, I think it's 28, 32, somewhere in that range there, patents around the way we do like beacon detection. But basically what we're looking at here is we're looking at behavior analytics. When you look at what does a C2 channel have to be able to do, right? It needs to be able to call home. It needs to be able to, it's going to do what, it's going to call out on a regular basis, and probably a majority of the times there won't be a command waiting in the command queue. So you're going to see a lot of the same size sessions taking place. It's those types of behaviors that we go in and we key in on to identify, hey, this is something you may want to go in and make pay attention to. So that's like a quick overview. If anybody wants to dive in deeper afterwards, I'm totally cool with that, but I don't want to spend a whole lot of time. Is AC Hunter scalable for a large enterprise? Yeah, we've got customers pushing 40, 50 gig for an internet link. Let's see what else. We coming back in 10 or 15 minutes. Well, hey, we're back. So yeah, we're back after 15 minutes. I'm sure there's a hefty cost associated with AC Hunter. So yeah, you can go check out the pricing page. I'm not a salesperson, so I don't want to go too far down this. But what I do want to say is that it's a site license. So we list the price right on the website. And that is a site license, which means you don't pay more ever for anything. In other words, if we add new features, you don't pay for those. If you want to run 10 copies of AC Hunter, it's the same price. We got customers that run 1 copy of AC Hunter for their on-prem stuff, and then they run a second copy of AC Hunter in their Amazon EC2 environment to be able to monitor, those VMs, it's still the same price. We're a little bit weird that way. I know, when you deal with security vendors, you're used to them trying to well, how much money did your company earn last year? That's going to define how much we're going to charge you. Yeah, no, that's not us. Just make a good product at a decent price. Try and make the community a safer place. That's really our focus with all this stuff. Phil was asking, page 33, how do you typically classify something as closed? Is it by looking for a fin value in the packet set to 1? Great question, Phil. So a couple of things will define a connection as finally being closed. One is, yes, it could be that FINAC exchange at the end. The other is that a reset packet was seen going by. The other is that we have a 60-minute timeout that gets sent. So let's say the 3-packet handshake goes by, it gets into an established state, and then it just stops, and no other traffic is seen for 60 minutes. That connection will just be determined as being in a closed state at that point. Why do we use 60 minutes? Because most firewalls use 60 minutes. So most firewalls, if they don't see traffic for 60 minutes, will say, I'm going to assume this connection is dead. I'm going to kill it. And if traffic tries to flow again after this, I'm not going to let it through. So 60 minutes ends up being a good boundary for that. So those are the 3 different conditions that would move something from being in an open state to a closed state. Great question. Let's see. Amazing session. Very interesting, informative. Oh, thank you, dude. Thank you. We try to be entertaining, but we also try to make sure that we actually teach you something too. So if we're doing both, I'm going to be really psyched. What hardware is preferred, or is it commodity hardware supported? AC Hunter easily runs in a VM. The specs around that, the team can link you to where the pre-install guide is. That'll kind of sketch that out for you. The hardware requirements really, where they get touchy is with actually monitoring for traffic. From the testing I've done, you can run like Zeke in a VM to capture traffic up to about 100 megabit. And after 100 megabit, you start losing a ton of traffic. And it's just because hypervisors suck at doing promiscuous packet capturing. Even if you go in and you say, hey, I'm going to install this specific Intel NIC, and only that VM can use that NIC, you're still going to see packet loss once you get over like 100 megabit. It's just that, when a system gets busy, software needs to make choices about what it will do and what it will not do. Ignoring promiscuous traffic is always the first thing I've seen hypervisors go after. So in a VM, 100 megabit, if you're lucky, that's it. Raspberry Pi, I mentioned, you can scale that to like a gig. If you're talking about like a Dell or an HP, 1 unit high pizza box type of system, you can usually push those to about the 2 to 3 gigabit range. If you've got more than that, you probably want to look at a dedicated high performance network card, like a Napatech card. I've seen folks push those up into like the 30, 40 gigabit range. And then we tap out probably around the 30, 40 gigabit range on what AC Hunter can process. So if you have more than that, you may actually need to run 2 instances of AC Hunter, one to deal with some of your traffic, the other to deal with the other. Although we are working on redoing the back end, the initial performance specs we're seeing is we're going to be able to increase performance by about 5 to 6x, which should push us over the 100 gigabit range, which I will be very happy with for probably about a year. And then I'll start bugging my devs again. But, that's just one of the problems with having to work with me. So that there's some scale for you. Let's see. I'm in the process of planning out a new cloud homeland sandbox. Will definitely be included AC Hunter C installation on it. Awesome. Let's see what else. Keith jumping in and helping out. That's awesome. Some DMs going back and forth. Compared to what Darktrace is charging, AC Hunter is a bargain. I will not name the vendor that I spoke with this week. I can guarantee everyone on this call would recognize the name, but they tried us. We were having problems with scale on their network because they are pushing in like the 100 gig range. They're that big. And Darktrace was one of the people that they tested. And apparently when they set up some C2 channels within their environment, they were using cobalt strike, same as everybody else does. They were going undetected. And the dark trace folks, I guess, were telling them, well, you're testing the C2 wrong. That wasn't legitimate C2. So you can't look at that as being a valid test. It's like, well, what? I'm using the same C2 channel software that the bad guys will use, that red teams will use. How is that not valid? I don't know. So, they make a big deal about, oh, we've got AI. Yeah, you do. And it's not catching things. And that doesn't really help. So yeah, we're not only cheaper, we seem to do a much better job of actually catching things. We earn customers. How about you? Awesome. Can AC Hunter look at any logs, or is it just Zeke logs? So it prefers Zeke. We will work with like NetFlow and stuff like that, but you don't get the same fidelity out of that because that's only giving you like layer 3 information. Zeke really is kind of the preferred way to go through and catch things. Let's see what else. Yeah. Okay, cool. We're up. We're caught up on questions. Awesome. So when we left, we were talking about jitter, and I talked about how this is just a technique that attackers use that helps to get them around an awful lot of network-based threat hunting tools, because most of them, once the connection starts jittering, they need to fall back on signature matching. And anytime you're talking about signature matching, you're talking about only being able to catch the stuff you already know about. You can't catch anything new that's being developed. That's why a lot of these techniques we're going to talk through are based on behavior, right? They're based on a C2 must do this, right? If the C2 if the compromised system doesn't make a connection to the C2 server, there's no way for the attacker to talk to it. So that has to happen. So by looking for those types of behaviors, that allows you to not only catch, what's been posted to GitHub, but it also allows you to catch what are advanced adversaries actually working on and releasing, tomorrow, a month from now, 6 months from now, that type of thing. So connection quantity versus time. Yeah, I talked about this one earlier. I talked about how, hey, if I'm seeing a fairly consistent number of connections taking place over a relatively medium-sized time block, like an hour, over a relatively longer time block, like 24-hour period of time, that's a pretty good indication I've got persistency. We talked about with this chart, when you start plotting out how many connections are taking place each hour, anytime you can roughly draw a flat line across the whole top of the whole thing, yeah, that's persistency. Now, we want to identify, is there a business need here? Because again, if it's patching, if it's checking time, if it's doing something we understand, that's fine. We can go in and create what's referred to as a safe list entry for that. The safe list entry says, yes, there's connection persistency here, but I'm identifying there's a business need associated with that, and I don't want to see this connection anymore as part of my future hunts. Great, now it's out of the way. But if I can't identify a business need, it's time to go down the rabbit hole and figure out what's going on. So a connection time without any jitter, I talked about this. So this is how often am I seeing certain time deltas, and how often am I seeing it? So for this particular communications set of sessions that were taking place, the connections were going off once per second, and there was, let's call that 68,000 connections that took place over a 24-hour period of time. So this is just going off once per second all day long type of thing. But when there's jitter, you're going to see something like this. All right, we talked about, hey, I've got a bell curve here. Bell curve means cobalt strike. So when I look at how often was a certain time delta seen and I break the data out this way, anytime I see a bell curve, first thing I should think of is cobalt strike, because this is just a flaw in the algorithm. It's not as random as it should be. This is actually more fairly random, right? Because I've got dwell times between 5 seconds and up to 46 seconds. And I've got a cluster of them here, very little of them down here, but they do still occur. There's actually some fairly decent randomness taking place here. But if I take these and average them out over an hour, they're going to end up being about the same amount of connections taking place each hour. In other words, yeah, this goes up as high as every 46 seconds, and it goes down as low as every 5. but my mean is still around a 29-second interval, which means I'm still going to see about 2 connections per minute taking place. If I look at a small data sample, it may not look like that at all. But if I look at a larger data sample, like an hour, it's going to start looking like, yeah, I'm going to see about 120 connections taking place. Now, take that out over a 24-hour period of time. Oh, yeah, now I can see this very distinctive pattern here taking place. So even if attackers get better at randomizing their jitter versus how they are now just using something simple like Cobalt Strike, if you do this right, you're still going to be able to connect it. Yeah, bell curve Cobalt Strike. Yeah, absolutely. Now that's detecting beacons based on time, right? We're looking at the connection time, the dwell time, the gap between connection intervals that are taking place. But we can also do beacon detection based on session size. Think about what we were describing before, right? Compromised system, calling home. Do you have anything for me to do? If it's a fairly quick beacon, right? It's going off every 30 seconds, once per minute, like the ones we're looking at here. Most of the time when it's calling home, there's not going to be any command set for it, right? It's going to be told, no command, go back to sleep. Now it'll sit for its dwell time, call back in. Do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. Do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. That communication takes a certain amount of data storage, right? For the system to say, do you have anything for me to do? And for the server to respond effectively, no, go back to sleep, a certain amount of data is going to get transferred back and forth. That's what's referred to as the heartbeat, right? So for this C2 session here, my heartbeat, that finding out, is there anything to me to do? No, go back to sleep, is using up, I'm just going to ballpark this and call that about 90 bytes of data. Notice I have 3 data points here that are not 90 bytes. What are those? Those are instances where the answer changed. In other words, when the system called in and said, do you have anything for me to do? It wasn't told, no, go back to sleep. It was told something else that resulted in a larger amount of data being transferred. This is kind of cool because it gives us some ability to figure out what are the attackers doing. So for example, if I compromise a system and I start probing the network and I start trying to move laterally, what you'll see is a lot of small data session sizes taking place. You'll see a ton of them, right? As the data is getting fed in and pulled back out, you'll see those taking place. So if I see that, that kind of tells me, oh, they're in there moving laterally. If I see very few data points like this that are a little bigger in size, that tells me, okay, they're doing some poking around on that system itself. What files are in this specific directory? What processes are owned by this specific user, right? That's when you're going to see these types of results. What if I have a 100 meg database, or let's call it a gig? I've got a 1 gig database sitting on this system, and I have this data, and my boss comes to me and says, hey, did they get the customer database? Because that's got PMI in it. And if they got that, we've got to do public disclosure. Based on this, did they get that gig database? Oh, well, how do you know, Chris? I know because my biggest data transfer was, let's round up and call it 300 bytes. 1 gig does not go into 300 bytes, no matter how efficiently you try and zip that up, right? So if my worry is, did they get a copy of the database? Unless I see a 1 gig transfer, or unless I take my database and zip it up and see it's, 500 megs, in which case, if I see a 500 meg data transfer, I know they haven't pulled enough data out of the environment to get the contents of that database yet. If I do see that, I don't know for sure that's what they did. But yeah, if that's the thing of value on that system, that may be of what they've gone after there. This is kind of cool because one of the things you see attackers doing today is they encrypt their data and then they run it through a TLS session. So here's a dirty little secret, right? There's a lot of security vendors out there selling intercept proxies. So they'll tell you, oh, hey, we'll check your SSL data for you and let you know if there's any command and control in there, right? They charge an awful lot for these boxes. So the concept is you plug this box into your network, all of your endpoints talk to that box. That box supposedly decrypts their session, makes sure there's nothing in there you need to worry about, and then re-encrypts it and then sends its data on its way back out towards the internet, right? We've all seen those. And they, like I said, they charge a pretty penny for them. Here's the problem. Today, they don't work. For any adversary or red team you're dealing with, they will not work. Well, why not, Chris? Because they've all gotten smart enough to encrypt their data before they wrap a TLS session around it. I haven't seen a non-encrypted red teamer or actual adversary, meaning not someone who just downloaded something off of GitHub and is doing some testing. I'm talking they get paid for this one way or another. I haven't seen a single one of them that don't encrypt their data before they roll it into a TLS session. So think about this. So now you've got that intercept proxy, right? So the intercept proxy intercepts the TLS session, it decrypts it, and what's inside? Well, what's inside is ciphertext, right? Because they encrypted it before they put it in the TLS session. Or even if they just did like a simple XOR, that's enough, because what the vendor's doing with that intercept proxy is pattern matching, and the pattern isn't there because it's all been ciphered. I actually had I ran into one of these vendors at a conference and talked to them about this, and they're like, oh yeah, we're seeing that too. It's like, well, wait a minute, dude. If you're seeing this too, why the hell are you selling this product? You know it doesn't do any good. And the person looked me right in the eye and said, well, yeah, but at least it gets you closer to the data. No, that's not how this works. That is not how encryption works, right? It's not, if I encrypt something and encrypt something again, and then you take off the first layer, it's not like you can say, oh, well, I can see a blurry A at the beginning of the sentence or something like that. No, it's still ciphertext. Your pattern matching doesn't work. So, So a lot of these intercept proxies, a lot of these methods we've historically relied on to find this stuff don't work anymore because the attackers are encrypting it and then they're encrypting it again. And that sucks, but work with session size and we can still ballpark what they're doing. We won't be able to see the exact command set, but if I saw this, I know that I can go to my boss and say, okay, they haven't gotten anything valuable yet, but we need to respond to this right now before they do. And if my boss, let's say we isolate the proper systems and, do a successful incident response, and my boss comes back and says, did they get that customer database? No, they didn't. We're good. We don't have to do public disclosure. If we can prove they didn't get to the customer data, if we can have data proving they didn't, not that we don't have data proving that they did, right? That opposite argument that companies like to make. We don't have any proof that they actually got the data. Yeah, that's because your logging sucks. That doesn't help me, right? That doesn't help me know for sure. We can prove they didn't get it. We don't have to do public disclosure at this point. Also, fun fact, some proxies ignore the connections if you send clear HTTP via port HTTP, even if it's malicious. It's weird, I know. Yeah, I've seen that too. Oh yeah, and Keith has been in there answering a couple of these. Awesome. So safe listing. So we talked about when we see something persistent, we're going to go in and look at it and see, is there a business need behind it? And if there is, we're going to safe list it. What does safe list mean? Safe list simply means there's a business need. Yes, I know this is a persistent connection. Yes, I know it looks suspect, but I have analyzed this and I have determined that this is safe for use. There's an actual business need behind it. So it is my system calling out to check for patches. It is, whatever there's something that supports the business taking place. Safe listing is very important, because this is what makes your threat hunts go faster every time you do them. So for example, the first time you threat hunt your environment, you're going to find a ton of legitimate traffic patterns that stick out, right? You're going to see a bunch of traffic that is, like I said, Microsoft stuff. You always see a ton of Microsoft stuff. It might be Skype traffic. It might be whatever. You're going to see a ton of stuff that you look at and you say, oh yeah, no, there's a legitimate business need for that. That's okay. Well, your next threat hunt, you don't want to have to go through all that stuff again, right? So you create safe lists that remove that information from the data so that the next time you do a threat hunt, all that stuff you analyzed before that you said was okay doesn't show up in the data output. So now the only thing that is in the data output is stuff that you haven't checked yet. Great, let's go in and check that. So one of the nice things about that is the first, so let's say we've got a 1 gig connection to the internet. We go through, we take a day's worth of data, we go in and do a threat hunt. It might take us 2 or 3 days to go through and do that first threat hunt. But once we go in and create proper safe list entries, the next time we do our threat hunt, if the first one took us 3 days, the second one will probably only take us a day. And then the third one is probably going to take us 4 hours. And then after that, once we've done it 3 to 5 times, it depends on how aggressive you are at creating your safe list entries. But usually after 3 to 5 times, your threat hunts are going to take less than an hour. And they're going to take less than an hour because the only thing you're going to get is new stuff that's just appeared that you haven't previously safe listed before. It takes a lot less time to go through them. So your first couple of hunts can be a little time consuming, but once you get those under your belt, if you're creating proper safe lists, this starts going faster and faster each time. So how do we know MS is a safe listed item? So some of that does kind of come down to like Windows message bus. Do you want your Windows systems doing that? That is an internal judgment call, right? But, is it actually Windows message bus? Is it actually talking to Microsoft? We can look at what was the DNS query. Does that match the digital certificate? Is the digital certificate valid? Now, yes, you can argue there are edge cases where maybe somebody, attacked every single one of those layers, and what we're looking at isn't actually safe. Absolutely. But 99.99% of the time, if the FQDN matches what's on the digital cert checks out as being okay, and that type of connection is okay within our environment, we're in a pretty good position to go in and do a safe list at that point. So a lot of this just starts with, do you recognize the domain? Do you recognize where this traffic is going to? Does that make sense to you? Like I said, most of us have Windows systems on our network. So connections back to Windows.com, Microsoft.com, yeah, we're going to see that. Those are those are usually the easiest ones to go in and create safe list stuff for. Can you relate the traffic to a certain department? So for example, let's say, I see we've got a persistent data flow going out to FerengiPipelineExtreme.com. And I look at that and I'm like, what the hell is that? Well, now I go to my cell phone, which is on my Verizon network or my home network or something that is not an IP address associated with my organization. And I go just try and hit the main website for that, or I do a Google search on that, and that'll let me identify who is this organization. Now, let's say I find out that they're a SaaS service that helps sales groups optimize their pipeline to turn prospects into customers. Well, okay, they help sales groups. So maybe my sales team bought this service. I need to go in and kind of talk to my salespeople to find out. If I can't figure it out, a lot of times you can just turn to your purchasing team. This is one I see. This is a tool that I see a lot of people overlook. Go to your purchasing team. Hey, are we paying money to Ferengi Pipeline Extreme or whatever the hell name I made up? Are we paying money to that organization? If so, who authorized that PO? Okay, now I can go talk to that individual to find out what is this and is it business safe and blah, 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 and all that other fun stuff. But if they come back and say, yeah, no, we're not paying them anything. Yeah, all right. Well, now it's time to get really suspicious about what's going on. So what was the fully qualified domain name that the user looked up to go to that IP? That's super helpful information. Who manages the ASN? Where is it geolocated? Now, yeah, geolocation isn't exactly right? But, again, if the traffic's going to Guangzhou, China, and you've got nothing in China at all, all your resources are US based, that's geo accurate enough for you to figure out I need to go in and pay more attention to this. So yeah, a lot of this comes down to doing some research on this external system. Some helpful links. These are actually built in AC Hunter. But if you ever want to do a quick lookup on something, you can actually script a lot of this at the command line if you want to, or you can just save these links on your browser. But these are tools you can go in. Virus Total is one of my personal favorites that you can use to go in and say, so this section here where it says bracket IP address bracket, all you do is change that URI to have that be an actual real IP address. Send that URI off to that organization, and they're going to give you whatever data they have that's associated with that IP. So it's a good way to go in and do some additional research. So ms.star going to ms.ru is a problem. Yeah, it might be. It might be. Yeah, or or $.ru. Yeah, I'd be worried about that one too. All right. So what next? All right. So let's back up a little bit. So we've identified connection persistency. We've got an internal system that is in constant communication with some host out on the internet. That could be an IP address. That could be a fully qualified domain name. Either one works as a target. And we make that distinction because we talked about, hey, this could be going through a CDN. There might be multiple IP addresses associated with it. In which case, my external endpoint, I need to look at as being that fully qualified domain name, not the IP, because it's spread out over multiple IPs. But I've done that, and I can't identify business need. I've done some research on that destination IP, and I don't know what it is. I don't know where it's going. There isn't any immediate business need associated with it. So what do I do next? My next step is to go in and start doing an analysis on the protocol itself. Does this look like legitimate traffic? Is there anything weird in there that I may want to go in and key in on? So for example, it might be traffic going to a known, remote access service. In which case, I need to pay attention to this now, right? Someone's running Chrome Remote Desktop, and we don't use that internally within the IT group. Bad, no. Definitely something we need to go in and pay attention to. So some of this could just be, it's an unexpected application that you don't expect to see going out towards the internet. Unknown app on a standard port. So in other words, the traffic is going to TCP 443, which we normally associate with HTTPS, right? So that's going to be HTTP traffic getting encrypted. That's TCP 443 is the well-known port for HTTPS. That should be SSL or TLS. Well, what if you look at that connection and you don't see an SSL client hello? You don't see an SSL server hello? You don't see the server hand back a digital certificate? Well, that's clearly not an SSL or TLS session, right? Well, why is that taking place over a port that's normally associated with that specific protocol? Somebody's tunneling something. That's worth going in and paying attention to. So unknown application using or unknown service using a well-known port, that's what you want to focus in on. What I'm not talking about is an application on a non-standard port. Like you see TCP 2222 is, using SSH. Well, folks do that just to try and reduce the amount of noise that they see from people trying to break in over SSH on the internet. That's a common practice to run SSH on a non-standard port. That's okay. Now, if I see SSH going to TCP 443, that should raise some eyebrows for you. Because again, 443, that should be HTTPS traffic. One of the nice things about Zeke is Zeke will decode. I think they're up to like 55 different applications now. Maybe it's 60, somewhere in that range there. So Zeke can figure out if this is a known protocol or not for you. You don't have to go through and do it manually. And if there's a protocol you like to use that it doesn't automatically decode, it's not that hard if you know what you're doing. If you understand the protocol itself, it's not that hard to go in and write up a module for it. But here's a couple of examples. So here I've got traffic going from this internal IP to this external IP. It's going to TCP port 80, and it's getting labeled as HTTP traffic. Okay, what that is that Zeke way of telling you, hey, I saw the HTTP headers going by. right? There was a host parameter, maybe a referrer field, a user agent string. There was a URI embedded in here. All the stuff that's normally associated with regular HTTP traffic. I was seeing that. I know this is HTTP. Notice here, same internal system talking to a different external IP. It's TCP/80, and I've got a little dash symbol there. What does that mean? That means that Zeke wasn't able to decode that application. Now, I want to make sure I'm clear about this. Zeke is actually decoding the protocol. It is not making assumptions. It's not saying, I saw traffic going to TCP/80, therefore it must be HTTP. Thus, I will label it as HTTP. No, no, no. Zeke is saying, let me look at the application layer flowing to that port. And based on what I see there, that's going to tell me what I should identify this application as. So what's nice about that is, again, let's say I set up an SSH server and I have it listen on TCP port 443, the well-known port for HTTPS. If Zeke sees that, Zeke will label that as SSH. It knows that's not that's not SSL or TLS traffic. So that's kind of cool. It's very accurate with what it does. So with the AC Hunter interface, we'll see this when we get in, kind of play around with it a little bit. We'll go in and there's a COM line. The COM line will identify what was the decoded protocol. So in this case here, this is traffic going to TCP 443, and it's labeled here as SSL, but that's a generic label for it could have been SSL, it could have been TLS. Today, most traffic is TLS. You don't see much SSL anymore at all. So it probably is going to end up being TLS. You'd have to dig in a little bit deeper to see what actual protocol was used. But this is how we go through and we identify that. Unexpected protocol use. So this is another thing to look for. So in other words, they're not breaking the protocol rules, in which case two systems might not be able to talk to each other, but they're bending them in a way that makes the traffic look drastically different versus what you would normally expect to see with that application itself. And a great example of this is command and control over DNS. This is a very popular technique because what a lot of us will do, and if you think about the last couple of examples I gave you of like beaconing and long connections, this might work there, but it isn't going to work here. What a lot of times what we'll do is we'll monitor and see, are my systems going to something on the internet they never went to before or something I don't expect? So, I've got a system connecting to Quanzhou, China. That might raise a red flag for me. One of the nice things about C2 over DNS from the attacker's perspective is you don't see any new traffic leaving the system going to the internet. It's using your DNS servers to create the C2 channel for it. Here's how it works. So I'm this little, red horn pointy-haired attacker here, and I go out and I register the domain evil.com, just as an example, and I want to use that for command and control activities. So here's what I do. I go out, I register evil.com, and when you register a domain, they say, where are your domain servers, right? Where are your DNS servers located? I list my command and control servers as the authoritative name servers for my domain. Now what I do is when I compromise an internal system and I want it to call home to create a command and control channel, I tell the software, do a DNS query within this domain. Here's what happens. So this compromised system sends that to the resolver, right? The resolving DNS server that it always uses to look up anything that it needs to find on the internet. So that behavior seems to be the same. It goes to the server and says, hey, I need the text record, or I need the MX record, or, I need the DKIM record, or, whatever the query is for this particular host. Well, it doesn't have it in cache, right? Because it's never looked that up before. So it goes out to the root name servers. Root name servers send it to the .com servers. .com servers send it to this server, which is authoritative for evil.com. Well, this is a coded message that says, hi, I'm here, I'm compromised. Do you have anything for me to do? The answer that comes back tells it, yes, I do, or no, go back to sleep. Yes, I do. And here's what I want you to run, or no, go back to sleep. That's what's going to come back as part of that. Notice no new traffic is being generated directly from the system. It's all going through the DNS servers. So this becomes a little insidious to find, because if I'm looking for abnormal behavior on my firewall, the only thing I'm going to notice maybe is some additional DNS traffic taking place. And I'm probably even not going to notice that, because it's not going to be that much more traffic versus, the number of DNS queries I commonly do in a day type of thing anyway. So I won't be able to catch it that way. Ouch. This is kind of a problem, right? Now, there's an Achilles heel to this that we can leverage as part of our detection. And the Achilles heel has to do with DNS caching. What if 30 seconds later, the system wants to call home again and it sends the exact same query to that resolver? What's going to happen? Well, that resolver is going to have that information in cache. It may hand back the answer the C2 server gave it before. So the attacker might be queuing up commands, but this is cached the answer of, no, I don't have any commands, go back to sleep, and just telling it that over and over again. It's effectively broken the C2 channel. Well, wait, Chris, can't the attacker just go in and set a TTL to 0? Then that tells that system not to cache that information, and that won't happen. They could try that. But on my DNS server, I can override those settings. And most administrators do. I always went in and said, I don't care what the TTL says, cache it for at least 5 minutes, just to reduce the amount of DNS queries that are using up my internet link, right? Why use up bandwidth if you don't have to? So the attackers know this. So the only way for them to consistently make sure their C2 channel doesn't get broken is they got to change this query every time. Okay, that creates an interesting situation. How many resource records does it make sense for the average domain to expose to the internet? And the answer is not many, right? You're going to have a record for your web server, your mail server, a couple of DNS servers, maybe a customer portal. Oh, hey, look, we're not even counting fingers on a second hand yet, right? That was 5. We haven't even made it to 10. So for most domains, the number of resource records they will expose to the internet for query is a fairly small number. Like I said, go for 10 or less. That's double what we just came up with. Now, there will be some exceptions, right? Akamai, biggest content delivery network in the world. They have servers all over the world. And what servers you talk to depends upon where you're located on the internet. And you may end up having 6, 7, a dozen different servers within Akamai that you talk to. So it's not uncommon for Akamai to expose hundreds, thousands of records that may get queried. And you as an organization may end up querying some number in the hundreds. But that's Akamai, right? Akamai is a huge internet property. You probably already knew who Akamai was before I mentioned it, right? Same with Microsoft, Google, Amazon. I don't have to describe to you who those organizations are. You know who they are. So for these big, huge internet properties, yeah, we might see values in the hundreds. But for everybody else, it's a lower number. Well, that's cool. This gives us some thresholds to work with, right? So if I see evil.com and someone did 10,000 queries, yeah, that doesn't make sense. That's something that might be worth going and paying attention to. So for example, with an AC Hunter would identify that as, potential C2 over DNS case. And then when you went into the DNS and looked at what was going on, FQDNs count, that's the number you want to pay attention to. This is just how many raw queries took place. It's nice as a reference, but that's not the number we want to work with for threat hunting, right? Because you could have an environment that you just queried a lot and it doesn't really mean anything. What this is identifying is how many unique resource records do I have or did we query as part of that domain? So this is telling me that r-1x.com, a domain I have never, ever heard of before, we looked up 62,000 plus unique resource records. That makes no sense, right? Look, here's Akamai. Akamai, we looked up 154. So the biggest content delivery network in the world, We looked up 154 records. But an environment we never heard of before, 62,000. Yeah, no, that makes no sense at all. So this is all legitimate DNS. It's all RFC compliant, but it's bending the rules in a way that gives us something we can go in and we can key in on. The other thing we can go in and we can look for is utilization. So for example, with Akamai, right, we've got 125 unique resource records we looked up. Again, biggest CDN in the world. That doesn't surprise me. Over here, we can see we had 3 internal systems that did those DNS queries, and those queries resulted in 13 of my internal systems talking to one or more of those 125 resource records. Okay, this is how we expect DNS to work, right? You type a name in your browser, DNS resolves it to an IP address, your system connects to that IP address. This is how we expect DNS to work. Well, what if I see something like this? What if I see there's one system doing DNS queries, and that's the only system talking to any resources in that remote domain? In other words, we looked up 62,000 resource records, and none of our users needed to talk to any of those 62,000 resources. Oh, that doesn't make sense, right? So here's 2 conditions within DNS where they're not breaking the rules. They haven't broken the RFCs, but they've bent them in a way that we can look at it and say, you know, this may actually be worth going in and paying attention to. Here's another great example, right? Let me talk about what this means, and I will break the command down after the break because I want to make sure that, you know, we stop on time this time. So what this command is doing is it's breaking out how often is a specific user string being used per target IP address. So what this is telling us is that for 15 different IP addresses we talked to on the internet, this was the user string. For 12 different IP addresses we talked to on the internet, this was the user string. For one IP address we talked on the internet, this was the user string. Notice anything different from the one versus the other 27? Windows 10, Windows 10, Windows XP. What? Do I have a schizophrenic system? Normally it thinks it's a Windows 10 box, but oh, hey, you know, I smoked a doobie and now I think I'm Windows XP. Yeah, no, that's not how this works, right? So that's odd. That's something worth going in and paying attention to, you know, especially since it's claiming, you know, it's running Microsoft Internet Explorer version 7, Java version 1.5. Oh, God, I hope not. Yeah, no. What's going on here? One of the common techniques attackers use with C2 channels is they use a user agent string that if you quickly look at it, it looks legitimate, but it's not legitimate. And it's a way for this system to uniquely identify itself to the C2 server. In other words, the C2 server sees this user agent string and it immediately knows, that's one of the compromised system. This isn't just some random user on the internet. This is a compromised system calling home. All right, let's go in. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll come back and I'll break down what was actually taking place in this command. Talk to you then. All right, we got a couple questions in the channel. Let me hit those before we get started again. So question, is it worth making any of these behaviors an actual alert? Absolutely. Absolutely it is. Or do they have too many, you know, edge cases? So with all of this stuff, you could potentially run into an edge case with the DNS stuff, right? So one possible edge case for seeing this type of thing is there are commercial services out there that will tell you if any of your users are trying to go to a known to be hostile domain. They were useful services 20 years ago. They're not so useful now, but people still buy into them. But the concept is you might see a query going to evil.com. Security company, whatever this vendor's name is, .com, right? You'll see queries going in for that. So what you'll end up seeing is a ton of queries going out to this vendor that you're paying money to. Well, you know who that vendor is, right? Oh, hey, we pay them money to go through and screen to see, is this something that we need to worry about? When you see that, you can simply create a safe list entry. So if r-1x.com ends up being a vendor that we're paying money to see if any of our DNS queries are trying to go to someplace hostile, then we know there's a business need for that. So this little filter icon here, this is how safe listing is built into the AC Hunter interface. I could click on that and say, yeah, if you see excessive DNS queries going to this domain, don't worry about it. And boom, that comes out of my data sets now. Now I don't see that one anymore. So you could potentially have some edge cases, and you'll find those when you go in and do your first 3 to 5 hunts. But after that, is it worth alerting? Yeah, anything new that pops up is definitely worth alerting on after that. Rewatching the presentation when available. Yep, you can definitely do that. Raven Feeder was saying, enjoying this, just little bits going over my head. Yeah, I try to keep this simple. This is something to me that this is going to be like a core cybersecurity requirement for folks, right? Like we kind of need to understand how endpoint protection software works. We need to understand how firewalls work. There's some basic knowledge you need as part of being in cybersecurity. This to me is going to end up being one of them. You got to be able to find the bad guys on the network. So I do try to keep this consumable for everybody, if whenever possible. All right, so I talked about, I'm going to explain this command out a little bit for you. So Zeke, when it records things, it saves them to a bunch of different files. So let me give you an example of that. And if you want to follow along, you can. Because I'm going to go into the lab 1 directory. I got to go to the labs directory first, and then go to the lab 1 directory. So this is on my copy of the VM. And when I do, I can see a bunch of .log files here. These .log files are files that get created by Zeke that goes through and parses out the traffic that it sees. So one of them is http.log, this one right here. So what Zeke will do is Zeke will record a summary of every communication it sees, and it will record that into con.log. And then when it recognizes the application being used, it'll put all application-specific traffic into the same log file. So for example, this is all my DHCP traffic. This is all my DNS traffic. This is all my NTP traffic. This is all my SSL or TLS traffic. You get the idea. But the one we were focusing in on the slide was HTTP. Now, the first command that was run was cat http.log. Now, if I just do that, a bunch of data scrolls off the screen. That's not really helpful, right? I want to be able to look at it a little bit deeper. So the next thing I did in that command is I leveraged a tool called Zcut. Zcut allows me to say there's only specific pieces of information about each session that I'm actually interested in. So try this command, less space dash capital S dash lowercase x 25 http.log. Okay. The less command is kind of like the more command under Windows. It's going to allow me to open up the file and view the text, and I can use page up and page down, navigate through it. The arrow keys work. It makes it a whole lot easier to go through and read. Dash capital S means don't line wrap like this. So for example, see from here to here, actually here and all the way down here, that's all one line. Actually, this whole thing. I take that back. All of this is a single line. Well, that makes it hard to read when things start line wrapping, right? So my dash S here says don't line wrap. Let it go off the side of the screen. And if I need to look at it, I'll just use the arrow keys to navigate over there. Dash X25 says allocate 25 spaces for each of my fields. It just helps to kind of lay things out a little bit easier. So now that I've run that command, I'm going to hit enter. And when I do, this is going to show me the contents of that file. So Zeke is going through. This is the timestamp for when it saw the connection taking place. This is a unique ID number that Zeke goes through and creates. Here's my source IP address, my source port. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the right arrow key, and that's going to scroll over. And now I get to see additional information, right? So here is my, here's my destination IP address. Here's my destination port. Here is the method that was being used. Now notice all of these columns are kind of off by 1. So here are my titles up the top. This is timestamp, but that actually goes with this column here. This is unique ID number, but that actually goes with this column here. This is Zeke lingo for source IP address. Well, that actually maps to this column over here. So the titles are kind of right justified all the way through. And it's because Zeke always starts off that line with this fields, and that throws everything off when you go in and view it this way. But you can see I have these little descriptors at the top of each of my titles. So like I said, that source IP address. This one is source port. This one is destination IP address. And then this one is destination port. This is the transport. Is it TCP, UDP, whatever? So all of my columns have titles to them. Now, let's go back to where we were. So I'm catting http.log. I'm piping it through this tool called Zcut. Zcut says, don't print the whole line. Only print the fields that I tell you I'm interested in. And I'm interested in the source IP address, the destination IP address, and the user agent string. That's it. So what'll happen now is at the end of this command, all of that data is available, for all of my connections that took place. Then I'm saying I only care about the ones that are associated with this internal IP address. So what that's going to do is any connections that didn't originate from this source IP, it'll ignore them and make them go away. So now what I have is all the connections where this was the source IP talking to any destination IP address out on the internet and the user agent string that was used as part of that connection. And I'll get into this a little bit more later, but what I'm doing here is I'm going in and I'm saying, okay, sort that data so that each line that matches is one right after the other, and then collapse that down so that I'm only getting one line per entry. So in other words, if my source IP talked to a destination IP one time or 50 times, consolidate that down to one line. All I care about is that it talked to it. I don't care how many times it talked to it. And then I'm cutting out some fields I don't need anymore. And then what I'm going through and I'm adding up how often was each of those user agent strings seen. So I'm effectively going in and saying, I want to count how many unique IPs used a specific user agent string. That's where these numbers came from. So this is telling me 15 times this was the user agent string talking to 15 different IP addresses out on the internet. 12 times this was the user agent string used with 12 different IP addresses on the internet. One time it was this one. Well, this, and we said right before the break, this doesn't make logical sense. Hi, I'm a Windows 10 system. I'm a Windows 10 system. I'm a Windows XP system. No, no, that doesn't make sense. Now, there is an edge case here. The edge case is this could be a user running a VM that is a very old version of Windows. That's possible. But if that's happening in your environment, you probably know about it already, right? Bob in sales is not going to be running a Windows XP VM, right? If you see this coming out of Bob in sales' system, you know to be afraid. Now, if it's coming out of Mary in IT, I'd give Mary a call and say, hey, are you running a Windows XP VM right now? Yeah, how'd you know? Okay, great, this is fine. Or no, I'm not. I don't run VMs. Oh, okay, you got a problem. And again, where this is coming from is this is a string that looks like it could be legitimate, but it's off just enough so that the server it's talking to knows this is a compromised system. And we can do the same thing with HTTPS sessions using what's referred to as a JA3 hash. What's a JA3 hash? So when an SSL or a TLS session starts, the client sends what's referred to as an SSL hello packet, right? It's called an SSL hello packet, whether it's TLS or SSL, doesn't matter which. We consistently call it an SSL hello packet. And what that SSL hello packet has in it is negotiation parameters that client wants to use. Hi, I want to use Diffie-Hellman when we're using public-private key. I want to use AES 512-bit when we do symmetrical key encryption. In other words, it's the browser's way of saying, this is the type of data protection I support. Here's what I support for authentication. Here's what I support for data privacy. These are the algorithms that I want to use. And when the server responds, right, when the server sends its hello packet is going to take what the client wanted to negotiate and identify the highest intersection point between the two, right? So if I say, hey, I want to do AES 512 or I can do AES 256, and the server supports AES 512, yeah, okay, we're going to use AES 512 because it's a bigger key. So a negotiation takes place like that. And then bang, we switch over and we start using an encrypted channel. That, the way the client, the values in its SSL hello packet ends up being a unique signature, right? Because like different browsers, different platforms, they're going to not only negotiate different values, but they may negotiate them in different orders. So for example, one browser might say, I can do AES 256 or I can do AES 512. Another browser might say, I can do AES 512 or I can do AES 256. They're negotiating the same thing, but because it's in a slightly different order, that becomes a unique attribute we can leverage to identify one browser and operating system versus another. That's what the JA3 hash is it just takes that negotiation and turns it into a hash. So it's easy to figure out, when other systems are using the exact same parameters and when systems might be using something different. We can, instead of having to look at every single unique parameter and exactly the order it was negotiated, we just do a hash comparison. Bang, we're done. It makes it a whole lot easier to go through and do. So the same way we could go, and then we can map these to different browsers on different operating systems. So the same way that we could see here, oh, hey, Windows XP, but usually it's Windows 10, something's wrong. You can do the same thing here. It's just a matter of looking up what was that hash associated with and going through and doing it that way. Other things, there might be some information in the DHCP logs. You might have security tools like Carbon Black monitoring those endpoints. So once I get into, I need to pull data from the internal system, it really comes down to what have I done in advance? What's there in advance? We've got a project called Beaker. Beaker leverages Microsoft's Sysmon tool to go through and record what applications are talking on the network. So that could be accepting an inbound session. That could be creating an outbound session to some other system. What's nice about that is if I see something suspicious going out to the internet and I'm not sure if it's something I need to be worried about or not, Beaker can quickly tell me what application made that connection. And I can look at that application and say, is this a valid application to be running within my environment? Yes or no? That might help me figure out if it's evil or not. We got a link. TLS 1.3 has encrypted client hello. That might render J3 impossible to perform. So there's a number of, so let's talk a little bit about TLS. You want to be using TLS version 1.2, and you don't want to be supporting DNS over TLS. Those two new specs, fight adamantly to remove them for your environment because both of them will make you less secure. Yes, I know you've probably heard, DNS over TLS is a privacy thing that, the vendors are trying to make the world a better place. Oh, isn't that nice of them? It's all complete BS. DNS over TLS, really what it's about, this is going to shock you. It's about money. It's about who owns your data. Because today, your ISP kind of owns your data, right? If you're using your ISP's DNS servers, they're seeing what queries you're performing. They can, add that to a data store and sell that to third parties that are interested to see who's going to what sites and that type of thing. DNS over TLS doesn't fix that. All that means is that instead of buying that data from your ISP, I have to go to your browser vendor to buy that data. That means they're making money off of it instead of the ISP. That's all that does. That's the least of what's evil about it. What's more evil about it is you don't get to see where your users are going anymore. You don't have that visibility in the environment. They're not going through your DNS servers and doing their queries. So DNS over TLS, just say no. Make that go away. TLS version 1.3, There's some insecurity. There's some security issues with the way they laid out the protocol, number one. But number two is, yeah, it starts hiding those SSL hello packets, which means, again, you lose visibility on what's going where. So the best way to deal with that is, part of your endpoint policy should be no DNS over TLS, no TLS version 1.3. You don't want to be using 1.3. It's insecure. You don't want to be using 1.1. It's insecure. You want to be using 1.2. That has been proven over a while now to be relatively secure. That's where you want your environments running. So one of my, first checks within an environment, if I was brought in to kind of help clean things up, would be who's using what versions of TLS? Is anybody using anything else but TLS version 1.2? If so, we need to fix that. All right. 1.2, yes, 1.2. So if we've got internal logging, great. If not, don't go logging into the system, right? We kind of talked about this. This needs to be, don't do anything that crosses the active passive line. So if I have an internal system that I suspect something's going on, and I wasn't already collecting log data off of that system, that doesn't mean it's okay to go log into that system and try poking around locally. Because again, if you have an adversary on that system, they'll see you're doing that, and now they may start reacting differently. So what you want to do at that point there is, okay, I've taken it as far as I can. Let's go into incident response mode. I'm 67% certain the system is compromised. I don't know for sure. Here's where we're at. What do we want to do going forward? Go through and deal with it that way. And yeah, I talked about Sysmon. So Sysmon's a great tool in that you can record all sorts of information about what's going on with those Windows box. But I'll be honest, I think most people overdo this. It's kind of that, what is the safe answer? That's what people want to give, right? So like if I ask you, what data do I need to record off of my endpoints to be secure? You're going to say everything, right? Because that's the safe answer. Collect everything. Yes, you want everything. You want to know everything. Processors that get executed, registry key changes, permission changes. You need to record it all because that's the safe answer. Okay, what's the really realistic answer? Well, the realistic answer is if you start collecting that much data, you're going to slow down that endpoint. So you might as well have bought a cheaper model, right? It's not going to perform as well. You're going to be adding a lot more data onto the network. You're going to be adding a lot more storage into your central logging system to deal with this data. Your queries are going to run slower because you've got a lot more data going in. So there is actually a negative impact to this answer of collect everything. So one of the things we did is we kind of sat down and we said, okay, what do we actually need to figure out it's compromised? Assume that if the system's compromised, a full forensic analysis is going to happen anyway. In other words, assume we don't need to know everything. All we need to figure out is it broken, yes or no? Because if the answer is yes, a forensic analysis will take place and that will get all the answers. But we're only going to pull that out when we know a system is compromised. We just need enough to help us figure out if it's compromised or not. What do you actually need to record? And really what it comes down to is applications talking on the network, right? If someone breaks into that network system, it's over the network. It's going to be an application talking on the wire. If a C2 channel gets set up, application talking on the wire. If the attacker gets on that system and tries to move laterally, again, that's over the wire. So if we record what are our apps doing on the wire, in Sysmon speak, it's referred to as a type 3. That gives us some really good visibility about what's going on. Look at this one, right? I've got an internal IP address talking to an external IP address consistently all day long, and the binary causing this connection is Notepad. Should I be worried about that? Well, Chris, it's just Notepad. No, wait. Notepad doesn't talk on the network. Where's this IP? Is this Microsoft? No, that's DigitalOcean. Why would Notepad be talking to the DigitalOcean environment? That makes no sense at all. What I love about this is a lot of us try to find the bad guys by writing signatures on our SIM. And I like this example because it shows just how damn futile that is, right? Like we'll write a signature that says, oh, hey, if somebody runs PowerShell, let me know. Yeah, okay, that's great. But that assumes that the binary will be named PowerShell and it's going to give you no context, right? Maybe they're legitimately using it. Maybe the IT group made a change to one of the net login scripts to run run PowerShell to make some config change or patch change or whatever to each endpoint. And now you're lighting up like a Christmas tree for no reason. What I like about this is we have context. It's not that somebody ran Notepad that's the problem. It's that when they were running Notepad, Notepad was connecting to this IP address on the internet consistently over and over and over again. That's bad. That's something we need to go in and pay attention to. So that now makes it something worth running down. So what do we actually need off of our endpoints? What are the apps doing on the network? Because now that I know this, I don't need to know everything else about it. I can do my forensic analysis and find the answers from that. But I have no system logs. There's an old security saying, sucks to be you. Yeah, you're kind of in that boat. In other words, if you're this far down the wire and you're 67% certain the system is compromised, but you're not really sure and you don't have enough data about that internal system to figure it out, yeah, sucks to be you. Hit that big red incident response button. Hey, here's our problem, and here's where we're lacking visibility to figure this out. So, by the way, now that you've kicked off an incident response, part of that should be a blameless postmortem to identify what could have been done better. And what should be the number one thing identified as part of that? We had no visibility on these endpoints. What do we need to collect? Well, we don't want to start collecting logs because if we do, it'll slow those first systems down. Applications talking on the network only. Minimal amount of data being collected would give us the visibility we need to figure stuff out like this. Nothing is ever blameless, though. Well, so where I'm going with that, Brian, is most of the postmortems I've seen, people want the easy answer. And the easy answer is Bob didn't do his job, right? Or Mary didn't do her job. Right? Well, how'd this get missed? Oh, Brian didn't catch it in the logs, or Bill didn't catch it in the logs, or Mary didn't catch it in the logs. Oh yeah, that's Bill's fault. Bill did a horrible job. Bad Bill, bad. We're gonna spank you on the hand. Okay, good, we're done. Let's call it finished. No, wait. How did Bill miss it? Why did Bill miss it? Is there a written process that they were supposed to follow that maybe they didn't? If there's no written process, that's a problem. Is this clearly defined as part of their job title? Are they carved out time out of their day to do this activity? Those are things that are not a human's fault. What I have personally found is about 5% of the time, the failure is human mistake. 95% of the time, there's a breakdown in the process. In other words, you could pull out Bill and put in Mary and potentially run into the same problem. Now, if Bill just said, screw it, I'm going to the beach. I'm not doing my job today. I am going to sign off and say I did all these checks that I didn't actually do. Yeah, of course, that's their problem. Of course, that's going to be on them. But most of the time, it's something got missed, something didn't get looked at the right way. And when you run into those types of things, that's process. We can fix that through the process. All right. So what do we do next? Well, like I said, what threat hunting is all about is we want to look at every single node on our network, and we want to be able to come up with one of two dispositions. Either I'm pretty certain it's still safe and in a secure state, or I'm pretty certain the system is compromised and we're going to have a bad day, possibly a bad week, maybe even worse, a bad month. That's it. Now, there's a lot of moving pieces to get to this, right? So this is more complex than it sounds on the surface. But at the end of the day, that's a threat hunter's job. Look at every node, come up with one of two possibilities for each one. That's it. All right, let's get in and talk about some tools. So I've got TCP dump in here. It's old. A lot of people don't use it. I keep thinking about, maybe I should pull this out of the content, and then I end up using it. So TCP dump is a packet capturing tool. It's very lightweight. This is available on everything. So this is kind of like a bare bones. If you know how to use TCP dump, you can capture packets from just about any platform that will support being able to do packet captures. It doesn't come natively with Windows, but there is a version of it called WinDump that works pretty much the same way on the Windows side. It's got some limitations to it. One of the limitations is that you're kind of stuck with the output it produces. You can change the output a little bit by adding in verbose keys or verbose switches on the command line. But if I have like 2 or 3 things I want to keep an eye on and that's it, the screen's kind of messy. It can take a little bit to go through and process. One thing it is really good at, though, is grabbing packets off the wire because it's very lightweight code. So this script down the bottom is just a script that creates a directory under opt named pcaps. And then what it does is it runs TCP dump to capture all the traffic being seen on the wire and then write it into this directory once per hour and give it a name that identifies the date time as well as the host name of the system that the data was collected on. So if we wanted to be able to grab all the traffic going by and write that out into pcap so that we have it to go back through, this is a real easy way to go through it. And it compresses it as well. This is a real easy way to go through and kind of set that up. And it's nice and lightweight. One of the challenges you run into with a tool like Wireshark is there's an awful lot of overhead that goes into the user interface. The user interface is nice. It's very simple to use, but there's overhead associated with that. And one of the challenges you can run into, and I have seen this personally multiple times, where I've been in a situation where Wireshark misses packets. Because it's adding so much processor overhead, the system I was using would start dropping packets and it just wouldn't see them. But run TCP dump from the command line, and all of a sudden I'm collecting everything. I've got 0 packet loss now. So it's a great tool for that. T-Shark is similar to is similar to TCP dump, but it's got a lot more flexibility to it. I'd say from the command line packet capture stuff, this is probably my tool of choice. One of the things I really love about T-Shark is that I can tell T-Shark, don't just print me out a summary of each packet you see. I'm only interested in these specific packets. In other words, here I'm going in and I'm saying, I'm only interested in DNS queries. And now the only thing it'll print out for me is DNS queries. I could go in and I could say, show me, source IP and DNS queries, and it'll just show me that. So I can print out as much or as little information that I need to see in order to solve whatever problem it is that I'm working on at the time. Here I'm going in and I'm saying, okay, T-Shark, read this PCAP file, and I want you to print out the HTTP header, and I'm only interested in TCP traffic going to port 80. So that's just going to go through the PCAP file, and anything that's not TCP 80, it'll completely ignore it. And anything going to TCP 80, it'll look to see, is there a user agent string? And if there is, it'll print it out. Then what I'm doing is I'm running that through sort. So once I sort it, anytime the user agent strings were the same, it'll be one line after the other. And then unique-c says, take that and collapse it down to a single line and put a number at the beginning of the line that identifies how many total entries there were before. So for example, this entry here means there was 11 lines of output that said Microsoft bits /7.5, but unique-c collapsed that down to the single line and just put the number 11 at the beginning of it to let me know there was 11 instances of that. Then I'm saying sort-n, sort it numerically. So it's printing out least to highest. So this is the user agent string we saw least frequently. This is the one we saw most frequently. And this is just saying only print out 10 lines of output. So if I wanted to go in and look to see, are there any user agent strings that are unique within my entire environment, not based on a single IP, but just unique in general, this would be a good way to go through and do that. CapInfos is a tool that comes with T-Shark that does a quick analysis of a PCAP file. So if somebody gives me a PCAP to go through and analyze, I always run it through CapInfos first, because it's going to give me some super useful information like how long was the original capture run for? What's the start time and the end time for the traffic that's in there? So let's say I'm doing a threat hunt, and part of my threat hunt, I want to look for long connections. Well, now I know it's 86,291 seconds. 86,400 seconds is a full 24 hours. So I know I can go in, I should be able to go in and find long connections in here. But what if I ran this command and it told me the capture duration was 3,600 seconds? Well, that's only an hour. It's not worth looking for long connections in there because anything in there could be a long connection. It could be noise, right? It's not enough fidelity to make it even worth doing that activity. So I might go in and do some searches for beacons. I wouldn't bother with long connections. And even the beacons I'm looking at, I know I've only got an hour of data to work with. So I might not actually, my threat hunt certainly will not be as accurate as if I had 24 hours to work with. So this is just a great place to start with PCAPs. Wireshark, most of us are familiar with this tool. I love Wireshark when I'm down to analyzing a single thing, right? Like a set of communication sessions between two IP addresses or one specific HTTPS session, or, I'm down to just a little bit of data and I'm going to, go into it as deep as I can. Wireshark's great for that. When you start getting into, I want to analyze 24 hours worth of packets, it just gets really cumbersome and it gets really slow, right? Because it's got to load that whole thing and that whole PCAP into RAM before it does anything. So if I'm trying to analyze a 4 gig PCAP and I only got 2 gigs of RAM, guess what? It's going to run really slow because at least half of that PCAP is going to have to get written to swap, probably more, because out of that 2 gigs of RAM I have, some portion of that is going to have the operating system in it. So Wireshark can be super doggy and super slow when you're dealing with big PCAPs. So what I'll do is I'll use something like Tshark or TCP dump to whittle down what I want to look at to a smaller file, and then just load the smaller file in instead. Zeke, I've been talking about this on and off. So this used to be referred to as Bro. It's now called Zeke. This goes through and creates a summary out of what goes by. The difference between PCAPs and Zeke is how much gets recorded and how much storage it needs. So PCAP is recording everything, including things you may not care about, like the Ethernet frame, right? Ethernet is a layer 2 thing only. So if I'm worried about people attacking from the internet, having a copy of the Ethernet frame probably isn't helpful to me. But that's using up additional storage to store that as part of storing that PCAP file. Whereas Zeke will go in and Zeke will say, hey, here's the stuff we normally care about as security people: source IP, destination port, what was the transport, what application ran through it, what was in that application layer, that stuff we care about as security people. It just records that. And it records it in text, which is easy to compress. So let me put it to you this way. So imagine I had a certain amount of disk storage that when I stored my PCAPs, I could keep 5 days worth of storage and that was it, right? So I've got enough disk space to save 5 days worth of PCAPs. Well, that's not much, right? If something happens bad on my network, I probably am going to need to go back more than 5 days, except I won't be able to because I don't have enough storage. I'm deleting things more than 5 days old. So that I immediately lose a lot of the visibility that I need. In that same amount of storage that would save 5 days worth of your PCAPs, you could save over 100, maybe 120 days worth of Zeke logs. That gives you plenty of historical data to be able to go through. So you don't get the Ethernet header, but you do get, a 20x increase in the amount of data you can store in the exact same amount of storage. Some examples of some output. So here I'm just saying cat the SSL.log file, pull out the source IP, the destination port, and the validation status of the digital certificate. So Zeke will check to see, is the digital certificate valid or not? Now, little thing you might run into, Microsoft sometimes likes to use self-signed certs. In other words, it's Microsoft. They're a lean, mean company that doesn't have a lot of money to work with. So they need to cut corners whenever they can, and in order to kind of keep that agile thing going. So one of the things they'll do is, instead of spending the $50 for a digital certificate by an authorized third party that everybody will recognize and validate, they self-sign it, and that saves them $50. And that's why they're able to give Windows away for free to people and stuff like that. I am totally kidding with all of this, obviously. I don't understand why Microsoft does this. But for like a lot of the back channels, like checking for patches and stuff like that, what they're doing now is they're signing their own certs, and then they're putting an entry for that cert within the registry of the Windows systems. And their thought process is, well, since we own both endpoints, this will work fine. And for the system checking in, it decides to trust that because Microsoft told it to when the operating system was created. But the challenge you run into is when Zeke sees the connection going back to Microsoft, and then Zeke tries to validate that digital certificate, that isn't part of the public certificate store. So Linux doesn't recognize that certificate authority. So Zeke will say, this is a bogus, this is a unknown certificate authority. Don't know who signed this, but it's not somebody I recognize. So you'll see traffic going to legitimate Microsoft servers that is legitimate Microsoft traffic, but Zeke will say, no, it's not a valid cert. This is why that's happening. Now, there's two ways to fix it. One is we all get together and get some pitchforks and torches and try and convince Microsoft they need to, sign these digital certificates correctly. Or you can actually get a copy of that, public key that's used to check this, and install that in the key store within Linux. And now Linux will be able to go through and validate those digital certificates as being okay when they are. How much did MS donate to this class? Exactly zero. So yeah, you get the idea. But here what I'm doing is I'm just saying, I'm going through all my stuff to say, hey, who's talking to digital certificates that were self-signed? So my validation status is telling me that these particular connections were all dealing with the self-signed digital certificate. -D for human readable format. So yeah, so Zeke stores data based on, how many ticks have gone by since Unix was created in January of 1970. And, you get a lot of resolution here. This works out great. But humans sometimes like to see something more in this format here. I can use the -D switch with Zcut if I'm reading the timestamp field in order to see this instead. And that sometimes is easier for people to process. Now, you don't get the same level of resolution. Notice that these are the same, but here it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, no, wait, stop here. So I've got 6 entries that all went off supposedly at exactly the same time, right? Well, if I look up here, I say, yeah, no, they didn't. They were, 10 milliseconds away from each other type of thing or less. So you do get better resolution, but it is a little bit harder to read. So, the default is epoch, but you can change it to something more human readable if you want to using that -D. Zcutter. So Zcutter is a tool that was written by our illustrious Bill Stearns. And Bill had to leave for the day. He has a wedding he needed to get to. I really appreciate him coming in early and kind of helping people get their systems up and running. But one of the challenges with Zcut, the tool that ships with Zeke, is that it only works with CSV files. Zeke actually supports 2 different output formats, CSV and JSON. And if you're outputting stuff into JSON format, let's say you're streaming out your log entries instead of doing a store and forward type of thing, Zcut doesn't work. It can't read that format. So Bill wrote Zcutter because Zcutter will understand JSON. So you can use it like Zcut, but for JSON files as well. And what's kind of funny about it is it will also process multiple files at the same time. So I can go in and I can say, go read con.log and http.log, and here's the fields I want. And it'll actually read those correct fields out of the file that they were in and printed out accordingly. So I don't have to do multiple passes. The other thing it will do is, let's say for some weird reason, my con.log file is in JSON format, but my http.log file is in CSV format. Zeke Hunter doesn't care. It'll parse the information out of both the same way. And in fact, I can convert that output to all be in JSON or all be in CSV if I want to go through and use it that way. So it's actually a pretty cool tool. Thank you, Bill. Passer. Hey, yeah. So this section's gonna sound a little bit like the Bill Stearns fan club because Bill Stearns also wrote Passer. So Passer is a tool that allows you to go through and kind of collect information about the internal network. We tend to find that our biggest blind spot tends to be our own networks, right? When we're doing threat hunting, unless we're collecting some amount of data from each internal endpoint, we're kind of blind. And it's easy to figure out if you're in this boat or not. Go to your operations, your IT folks, whoever runs the internal network, and say, hey, I need to know who's associated with this IP address. Do they respond in 5 minutes or 5 days? If it's 5 days and the only thing they can give you is like the MAC address of the system that got that IP address, you definitely not have enough logging going on. Passer is a way to kind of get around that. So what Passer does is Passer just sits there and watches the traffic going by, and it looks at who's talking to who. So for example, here Passer is saying TCP port 443 is open. 43 is open. How does it know that? Well, it saw a SYN-ACK, it saw an established session going to that port on that system. So it makes it really easy to go through and very quickly identify, hey, what open sockets are on a system without even having to connect to it, because you're just passively monitoring who's talking to it and who's doing what. It'll pull out DNS queries and NetBIOS announcements and stuff like that to also map, hey, this is what your different system names are. So this is a pretty cool tool to kind of just do some general reconnaissance within your own environment. So Smudge. So Bill didn't write this tool, but Bill helped write this tool. And this tool wouldn't exist without Bill because he was involved with the original P0F tool. So this is a passive fingerprinting tool. So what this tool does is this analyzes the TCP SYN packet to identify what operating system generated it. With TCP, well, with any IP communications, there are things you must do, and there's things that just so long as you do something within a range, you're okay, right? TTLs are a great example, time to live. So the time to live identifies how many hops can this packet go through before it needs to get thrown away and an ICMP error message needs to get issued. It is a single byte, which means I've got 8 bits to work with, which means the maximum value is 255. And all of that is described in the RFCs. What the RFCs don't say is what you must use for a starting TTL value. That's left open. You get to choose. Well, different vendors have chosen different things. Cisco picked 255 for their devices, but Microsoft picked 128 for Windows. Linux, BSD, Apple, that's 64. So they're all slightly different. So there's an example of all of them are talking TCP, but there's a little nuanced difference with that field that helps me identify one operating system versus the other. Well, TTL is not the only place where that exists. There's a lot of other fields you can analyze that way. That's what Smudge does. So Smudge is designed to look at that information and extrapolate from that what operating system generated that packet. So it's just yet another way you can get some visibility about what's running inside of your environment without having to actually install any type of endpoint software. ngrep is a really fun tool. So you may be familiar with grep. Grep is a text searching tool. So if I say grep pizza space file.txt, grep will search the file named file.txt to see if any lines inside of it contain the character string pizza. And if it sees it, it'll print out that line. So it's a great way to search your files to see if there's anything in there that you're interested in. ngrep is the same thing, but for packets. So with ngrep, I can go in and say, look for this string and the payload of the packets as they go by. So here I'm telling ngrep -Q, that just means don't print out a £sign anytime you check a packet and don't find what I told you to go looking for. -I, read in odd.pcap. Look for this character string, capital A, D, M-I-N. And this is regex matching, so case matters, unless I specify otherwise on the command line. But ngrep is saying, okay, I'll read that PCAP. I'll go and look for that. And it matched a packet here because if I look here, here is that string, admin, right? It matched in this packet. This was my 404. Hey, that file you went looking for isn't actually there. But with a 404 error, we mirror back the URL that it couldn't find, which included that admin string right here. So this allows me to go in and find that stuff out of packets pretty quickly. Back in the old days, we used to leverage this to grab login names and passwords when people were using clear text protocols like POP3 or Telnet or FTP or stuff like that. You could actually grab credentials right off the wire. That's harder to do these days. People aren't using those protocols anymore, but it does still come in handy for stuff like this. Then there's Rita. So this was our first tool, threat hunting tool that we created. Rita is designed to help you identify network persistency. So Rita's main job is to look at a lot of data and prioritize for you what are the systems that look like they have a persistent connection going with a host out on the internet, so you know you need to go in and pay attention to that. So here's an example. So with Rita, we're saying Rita show beacons lab 1. So what it's doing is it's saying out of the lab 1 data set, show me any beacons that you think are in there. And Rita spits out something like this. This first value is a score, right? So you can times that by, you can times that by 100 to kind of get a percentage. So here we're saying we're 100% certain there's persistency of connection between these systems. Here we're 83.8% certain there's a persistency of connection. Why are we doing it that way? Why not just write out 83.8%? Because percent is a special character and it will mess with people's scripts. So we just do it this way and it's a whole lot easier. You can easily convert this if you want to. But this quickly prioritizes for me, what do I need to go in and pay attention to? So it's a great tool for that type of thing. It can also look for fully qualified connection. It can look for long connections. It can work with SOC proxies. So if all your users go out through a proxy, Rita can look at the traffic going to the proxy and see if anybody's beaconing through that, which is kind of helpful. It'll check for C2 over DNS. The only real downside of Rita for a lot of folks is that it's command line based. So this is good or bad depending upon who you are, right? If I'm okay with like writing scripts to automate things and stuff like that, Rita's a cool tool. If I'm used to a graphic environment, Rita can be a little bit challenging, but that's why we came up with the AC Hunter Community Edition. So the AC Hunter Community Edition is exactly the same as our enterprise tool, except it's got some limitations on it that are features that are normally something you'd want in an enterprise. What we wanted was we wanted to solve two problems. We wanted a tool people could run at home and run against their own networks and effectively hunt for anything bad on their home systems. We also wanted a tool that people could download and say, hey, I think I got something bad on my network, but I'm not sure. I need some help. And they could just download this tool and run with this. The features that are in the enterprise version that are not in the community edition are features that are designed for, we're an enterprise with a SOC and we need to maintain day-to-day operations with this type of thing. Generating alerts off of what's seen. That's something in the enterprise version, but not in the community edition. But, actually, let me just, let's kind of talk about beacons, and then we'll go in and take a break. I'm going to give you a walkthrough on all of these. So when we get into AC Hunter and we get our VMs up and running and all of that fun stuff, we'll actually go through and I'll walk you through these and kind of talk you through a lot of this stuff. But basically what these things are showing you real quick is, on the beacon screen, you can always look up to the right. That's going to tell you what data set you're looking at, what's the time scale that's there. The 24-hour analysis graph, we've already talked about this one. Time interval count, we talked about that a little bit earlier. And again, this makes more sense when you get into using this hands-on. I know I'm kind of skipping some of this quickly, but that's because it makes more sense when you can follow me with your own version of AC Hunter. And that's the first thing we're going to do when we get into the labs, is we're going to go through a data set together. I'm going to show you what you need to worry about and where, and what means what where. And then after that, we're going to load in a new data set, and then you're going to use the tool to go in and do a hunt. So we talked about time interval. We talked about the session size analysis stuff. We talked about, breaking down the comms and was there a DNS query? So all of this stuff is stuff we've already talked about. It's just here to tell you, for you to have something to refer to. This we didn't talk about. See how this is just showing a partial IP address here? If I put my mouse over that, it'll print out it'll show all the different IP addresses on the screen as well. So anytime you see a ... like here or here, that just means there's more information. And if you put your mouse over that, you'll get to see that information. Long connections, we talked about those. Threat intel, let's take a break and come back and we'll talk about this one. So we are at the middle point of the class. We've only got a couple of slides left, and then we're going to go in and start doing some hands-on labs. So what I would like you to do is we're going to take a 20-minute break right now. When we come out, during that time, get your VM started if you haven't already. If you did, great, you're all set to go. But if not, do it now or do it as soon as we come back, because once we get done with the content, we'll go right into the hands-on labs. So we're going to take a break until 20 minutes after the top of the hour. And then once we hit that, we'll pick up from here and keep going. So I am going to go on mute until then. I'll talk to you folks in a little bit. Hey, so we got a couple of questions. So let me go through and kind of hit those before we get started again. XOR was saying, I already have a VM from the last session. Is there a need to have a new one, or can I download a lab files? So the labs are the same, dude. Oh, by the way, hi. I think you're here as often as I am. The labs are basically the same. I had just kind of cleaned things up and installed some patches and stuff like that. You know what you're doing. So I don't think you need the new VM. I think you'd be fine. You may remember in the last one, I had some safe list entries in there ahead of time that shouldn't have been there and had to have people clean those out. So I just took care of that. So it's basically some administration. I'm going to refresh the labs for the October version of this class. So these labs will basically be the same as what we did last time. Using the online instance, where can I locate a Zeke or PCAP data to file to feed? So if you're using the online instance, then the data sets have already been created for you. You don't have access to the command line on those systems. If you're running a local VM, I'll show you this real quick. There is a labs directory, right? So when you first log in, you're going to be here, you're going to be in the home directory, and this is what you'll see. So if you CD into the labs directory, you're going to see 3 different sets of lab files that have been set up down there. In each of those is going to be a bunch of Zeke logs. So what we'll do as part of the labs is we will import the Zeke logs into AC Hunter and we'll process them that way. So if you have a VM, the files that we're going to use in the labs are here. We need to import them first, and I will walk you through that process. If you're using the online instance, you don't have command line access. That's already been pre-done for you. Let's see what else we got in here. The goodness of labs. Yeah, it's my favorite part too, dude. Absolutely. Hi, my area got hit by some storms, tornado warned, so I missed some of the webinar about how soon can I go back and view the recording. So first off, DS Middlecat, glad you came through okay. Hope the same is true for the rest of your family and friends. Hopefully things weren't too bad. Up till now, we've been just kind of covering what's in the slides. What you can do is if you go to the AC Hunter main page for this class, there's a recording from May when we taught the class there. You can go listen to that and just mark slide 97. right? Well, actually mark this subject line, ACH threat intel. It'll be around slide 97 in that deck. You can go watch that one, and that'll kind of get you up to speed on this. This class probably won't get posted for like 2 weeks just because it's 6 hours and it takes a while to go through and edit. So your best bet might be to go through and hit one of those, to hit the old one first. That'll kind of fill in the gaps for you. Let's see. Thank you. I'm safe now. We'll keep safe. That's awesome to hear, dude. See, Brenton wouldn't miss your class. That's awesome. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Is there any way to access the lab files and work on my VM? Unfortunately, no. We don't have just like a lab file installed because AC Hunter needs to be installed as part of that. And the AC Hunter install is like a couple of gigs on its own. So we just put it in the VM. So the lab files aren't separate on anything, unfortunately. All right. So let's get back into the slides. So AC Hunter threat intel. So we do threat intel a little bit differently than most organizations. And that really kind of comes down from my feeling that, quite honestly, threat intel is kind of useless these days. Threat intel was great 20 years ago when a threat vector was little Bobby still living in mom's basement, trying to own more systems than his friends who play the same online game. In other words, the attack vector was about mass propagation. So when little Bobby attacked you, for me to know what IP address he was coming from might help protect me from little Bobby because, he'll eventually get to my IP address range. So back then, threat intel made a lot of sense. Today, this is all custom, right? Adversaries today are customizing the malware they're using. So, signatures that get created out of my environment aren't going to work in yours because they've rewritten the malware to attack your environment specifically. The infrastructure they're using is going to be completely different. So, that isn't going to be very helpful. So most of what you get out of threat intel these days is false positives. You get this feeling that it must be doing something because you see matches on occasion. But if you actually do the investigation work, which most people don't, because, hey, I got a match and it works. So why would I bother doing any more than that? If you actually take the time to run it down, you figure out, oh, wait, this is a false positive. False positive rate on threat intel, from what I've seen, is well over 90%. In other words, 9 times out of 10 or more, when it goes off, it's a false positive. You're blocking legitimate traffic. So here's how we handle threat intel with AC Hunter. You can feed us IP addresses. You can feed us fully qualified domain names. We will go in and look for matches. And when we find a match, we'll assign 10 points by default, right? What I usually recommend to people is change that to 5 points. And then if you're using the enterprise version, you can set an alert level of 10 points. And now your alerts don't go off anytime you just get a threat intel match. Well, wait, Chris, then why even bother looking for it? Aha, because there's a part 2 to what we do. The part 2 to what we do is we monitor how many bytes of data does your client send to that system. Because think about your typical false positive, right? Maybe that IP address in EC2 was hostile 3 months ago, and now it's just some legitimate website that your user is trying to go to. How much data will the client send to that server as part of a legitimate web connection? And the answer is not much, right? So let's take worst case, HTTPS. SSL hello packet, it'll send that. User agent string, it's going to send that. Maybe referrer field information, it'll send that. URIs for data it wants to request, and it'll send that. That's not much information. So what we do is we'll assign a fixed number of points, and then we'll start monitoring how much data gets sent. And if it stays below 5 megabytes, smaller than your average Excel spreadsheet, 5 megabytes, if it stays below that, that fixed set of points is what gets assigned, and that's it. But if it exceeds 5 megabytes, we start adding in additional points. By the time it gets to 25 megabytes, we've added in 100 points to definitely make sure you pay attention to that system. So what's nice about that is those 9 out of 10 threat intel false positives go away. You don't even see them anymore. The only time you're drawn in to pay attention to threat intel is when you need to, because your client is trying to move a decent amount of data, more than the average web session, to that host out on the internet. We've also got a cyber deception module in there. this is kind of cool. So cyber reception allows you to go in and create little tripwires in your environment. So you can create a user account that no one actually uses and will alert you and tell you if anybody's trying to log in as that user. You can create a file that no one should ever touch. And if anybody touches that file, we'll come back and tell you. My personal favorite for that one is go to your net login share, create what looks like a very juicy login script, right? Something used by the legal team or, whatever you think might be a threat vector within your environment that the people would go after. Create a login script that looks like it's for that group. Because most attackers, when they get in, they don't want to port scan your environment to find resources because you might notice that those are noisy. So what they do instead is they go to your net login share and make a copy of all your login scripts because everybody has access to that. So everybody can do that. And by downloading all the login scripts, I now have a pretty accurate map of where all the resources are within your environment. So with the cyber deception here, you go in, you create what looks like a login script, but it's not because it's not assigned to anybody's profile. And we'll set up full monitoring on that file. So now if 192.168.1.50 downloads a copy of that file, we'll generate an alert for you and say, hey, go pay attention to that. That's something you need to go in and monitor. You've either got a user that's gone rogue or you've got an adversary on that system. Someone's accessing that file you said no one should access. Deep dive allows you to go through and do like a complete rundown on a single IP. So it will identify all the communications associated with the system in reference to the other side of the firewall. So here I'm looking at a private address. So I'm seeing all the public IP addresses that are talked to out on the internet. I get a summary at the bottom. I can click on any of these and get detailed information, and they're color coded. Anything in orange is our way of saying this looked a little bit suspect. It might be what generated all those threat points. It might not. It might even be something you've chosen to safe list in the past. We're going to show you everything in this one screen, but it at least allows you to go in and kind of figure out this is stuff I need to go in and pay attention to. Where this is really handy is when you analyze an external IP address instead. So for example, let's say we have an internal system and we're pretty certain it's compromised. It's got a C2 channel running with some target out on the internet. I can come into deep dive. I can put that target in here and I can find out, is that one internal system the only one talking to that C2 server? Or are there 12 or 15 other systems talking to that C2 server as well? If there is, my scope grew dramatically, right? It's no longer about recovering one system. It's about recovering all 15. If I'm going to pull them offline to make sure they don't do evil things and the attackers can't get to them, I can't just pull that one off by itself. I've got to do all of them at the same time. It's the whole rip the Band-Aid off thing. Do them all at the same time. That way you cut off all of the attacker's access at the same time. The install process. So there's a couple of ways you can run the community edition. There's the version that's on the VM as part of this class. And that you should have downloaded, and that's the one we're going to go in and play with. There's another generic VM you can download that doesn't have the lab files on it. It's just got AC Hunter. Or you can download the install script. And if you run the install script, that's kind of cool because it not only installs AC Hunter for you, but it'll install Zeke for you, which can be kind of a pain in the ass. They don't make Zeke easy to install. So we go through and we just take care of that for you automatically. We'll even tweak Zeke to make it better. We'll change some of the timeouts. I talked about how we'll monitor for open connections. That isn't part of default Zeke. If you just install Zeke by itself, you don't get that. But if you let us install Zeke for you, or if you let us modify an existing version of Zeke, we'll take care of getting that all set up for you. But you can also install things like ActiveFlow and Beaker being the one we talked about earlier that keeps track of those type 3s off of your internal systems, apps that are talking on the network. And here's a quick rundown of the difference between enterprise versus community. I'm not going to bother reading off the slide. You can read this for yourself. But, not surprisingly, there's more features available in the enterprise version than there is in the community edition. Another useful tool, data mesh. I love this tool. This is one of those tools that when you need this, it's hard to kind of go without. What data mesh does, data mesh is a statistical analysis tool. So you can give it a range of numbers and it'll find the min, the max, the mean, and all that fun stuff. But a feature it has built into it that's really cool is you can actually use this to go in and add up numbers right at the command line. Let me give you an example. So here I'm going in and I'm saying I'm going into condol log. So this is the main log file that Zeke uses. And I'm using Zeke cut to say print out the source IP address, the destination IP address, and the duration of the connection between those two systems. And then I'm just saying sort on the duration time, sort highest to lowest, and print out 5 copies. And when I did that with this file, notice that I got some duplicates in here, right? These two IP addresses talk to each other first for about 42 seconds and then 31 seconds. And there may be other instances of that as I go through all of the data. Well, if I want the total duration of time that they've been communicating with each other, I have to add these numbers up. Well, if I need to do that manually, that's going to be a pain in the backside, right? Here's how I do it using data mash. So I've got my same cat the con log, pull out that same data. This is the same as what I had up here. Here's where it gets a little different. So data mash only wants to work with numbers. So if I tell it to add up something that is not a number, it's going to puke on that. It doesn't know what to do. Add up the letter A. That doesn't work, right? So I need to make sure I only give it numbers. This grep command simply says remove any blank lines out of the data. Because again, if data mash sees a blank line, it doesn't know how to add that in. It won't ignore blank lines. So it'll puke and just stop processing at that point. This grep command here, so when one IP address tries to connect to another, but that connection gets rejected, right? Let's say the system's too busy to accept the inbound connection or something along those lines. The duration will get identified as a dash. Hey, this connection didn't even get established. Now, if it just connects and immediately stop, or if it just connects and then gets immediately rejected once the connection takes place, it'll record the duration time as 0. And that's a number and that's okay. But if it tries to connect and can't, it identifies that as a dash. Well, a dash isn't a number again. So we need to remove those. That's what this does. So this takes this output, removes the blank lines, and then this removes any dashes. And then I'm sorting it and sending it to data mash. So this is where the magic happens. So what I'm telling data mash is when the value in column 1 and column 2 are the same, add up the values you see in column 3. So to go up to this example, anytime the IP addresses in column 1 and column 2 are the same, like we have here, add these two values together. Now you can see here, that's what we got out of that output, right? If I take this number, add it to that number, I get this number. So data mash did that for me. I don't have to eyeball it or, do something else weird. Data mash takes care of that output for me. So it's a really cool tool for that type of thing. One of the things it behooves you to do is test your environment's ability to detect beacons. Most environments are horrible at this, right? Because they're running like an IDS system and they think they're safe. Well, an IDS system means they have signatures to look for old stuff. If somebody does something new, they're not going to catch that. So a lot of environments don't have the ability to catch command and control channels just based on the behavior of a command and control channel in general. Now, if you don't know if your environment is in that position, or you're evaluating a bunch of network threat hunting tools and you want to see which ones can catch kind of stealthy C2 channels and which ones can't, here's a tool to do that. So Beacon Simulator just goes in and creates a beacon for you. Now there's a second part of this. Whatever I point Beacon Simulator at, it should be a system that's capable of accepting this connection. So I may want to go into like EC2 and spin up a web server, right? Listening on TCP port 80. And now when I run Beacon Simulator within my environment, I'll point it at that IP address in EC2 and then point it at the port that web server is running on. So now I've got something to accept the connections as they go out to the internet. But this allows me to go in and set up my timing. So this is saying beacon every 300 seconds, plus or minus 10 seconds. And I want to do a TCP 80 connection. So that's going to be, so this is my jitter. I got a 10-second jitter on a 300 second mean. So that's going to be a jittered connection going out to the internet. Now I can see, do my tools detect that? And if they can, great. You're in pretty good shape from a threat hunting perspective. If not, oh, you need some better tooling. Something's wrong. Now, something we've added in that I have not seen adversaries or red teamers doing yet, but we probably will start seeing people doing it later on, is varying the amount of data in the payload. Remember, we talked about, hey, you can look at that heartbeat, which is, do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. Do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. And those are all going to be the same session size, so we can figure out when the C2 was activated. All of that stuff works great today. Someday, some attacker is going to figure out to jitter the payload. And when they do, those techniques are going to become a whole lot harder. So what we built into the tool was the ability to jitter the payload size as well as the timing, because we don't need to worry about that yet, but we're probably going to need to worry about it 2-3 years from now. And some of us want to make sure we have that type of tooling in place today so we're not caught off guard when it happens. So this last value is simply the maximum amount of padding that can randomly get added to the end here. So, it could be 0, it could be 5,000, or it could be anything in between. This will be additional data that gets added to that session as it gets sent through. What I like about this, there's no easy way to turn this into a real C2 tool, right? Like a lot of people test this with Cobalt Strike, and yeah, that's cool, except Cobalt Strike will actually work as a C2 channel. So it can be used for evil. The Russians, the Chinese use it extensively. This is not a tool that can be used this way. This can only be used by us blue teamers. It isn't going to do the red teamers any good at all. Now, what if you need, Beacon Simulator is great if I want to kind of look for the timing and look for the session size like I talked about. What if I want to actually embed things in at the payload? How do I do that? Well, you can do that with a simple script. So here I've created a script called Beacon Test, and I'm just using a loop here. So this loop says, run the curl command, make the user agent string Mozilla version .0001, running on an Atari 7800, $1. What does that do? Well, when I run the Beacon Test script, I will specify an IP address that I want to do my testing against. So this is the IP that's going to pretend to be my C2 server. So $1 is just a variable to be able to read that in. And then this says, hey, don't print anything to the screen. Just make that go to dev null, make it go away. And this says sleep. So I'm using shuff here, right? I always get folks say, well, what if you're trying to generate a random number, why don't you use random? My experience has been shuff is actually more random than random. That's one of the problems that they're running into with Cobalt Strike. So shuff does a really good job of random selection within a range. So what I'm telling shuff is pick a number between 200 and 350, and that is going to end up being the number of seconds this connection sleeps before it gets to done, loops back, and then runs the curl command again. So this is my jitter window here that I can go in and identify. Then if you want to run this in the background, use the screen command, right? So screen lets you detach it from your current screen. That way, if I like SSH into a box and I want to run this, but I don't want to leave my SSH session running all the time, or I don't want this to die if my SSH session dies, use the screen command to run that. So I'm telling the screen command, name this connection C2, and I want you to run the Beacon Test tool and target this IP. And when I run that, it will tell me, okay, yep, screen's running that in the background for you. And now I can exit out and I can go back in and use screen to reconnect to it again anytime I want to. But I probably want to go in and run this for like 24 hours. And now if I have tools that should be able to detect this, I'm going to say, did my tools pick up on this or not? Wait, Chris, I don't remember like a web browser with Atari 7800. Yeah, there isn't. There isn't. I like to use that one just because it's a unique. John uses his own name, right? So when John does this stuff, it's always got J Strand in there somewhere. I like to use Atari 7800 because there is no, there was no like web server cartridge, or anything like that. It was not IP aware. So you'll never see this legitimately in the wild, but it gives me a very unique string I can use if I want to grab this traffic out of a payload or something along those lines. Yeah. Commodore 64. Yeah, there you go. There you go. You can use that one. Can we do it with awk instead of data mash? So talking about what we were doing with data mash, yeah, you probably could. What that command would look like off the top of my head, I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm thinking awk, probably even said you could go in certainly Perl, or Python. You could go in and you could do those as well. Any of those are potential options. I think for folks that are not gifted, let's say, on the command line, data mash might be an easier way to go. But yeah, there's definitely a number of different ways I could solve that same problem. And sometimes it's helpful to just go in and create your own scripts. So, for example, this is a really easy script called FQ. And what the FQ command does is when you run it, you type in FQ space and then an IP address or a fully qualified domain name. And if you're in a directory with Zeke logs, it will go through and search all of the Zeke logs that might have applicable useful information and print that out for you to let you know. So, for example, excuse me, I said FQ space this IP address. This came back and told me, oh, well, in the DNS.log file, so in the DNS query logs, that IP address came up because somebody was trying to get to fw.adsafeprotected.com. Oh, okay, cool. So now I know somebody was querying this, and that's what made that IP address come back. There's no HTTP traffic that's associated with that IP, but there is TLS traffic. And the TLS traffic had this as the SNI information, right? So this was my CN within my digital certificate, and the digital certificate checks out okay. So if I'm seeing something that, let's say, looks like a beacon going to this, I can run this command. And now this tells me, oh, it's going to ad safe protected. Yeah, that sounds like an ad site to me, right? Ad safe protected. Yeah, it's probably not safe. It's probably not protected. The ad part is probably the accurate description. This may be a system calling out to try and get banner ads to present on the screen. This isn't C2 necessarily, but this might be something that I want to squash within my environment. All right. So let's start getting into this. So in this section, we have two different types of activities we're going to be doing. One is called a guided walkthrough. So a guided walkthrough is I'm going to be doing things on my screen, and I will go slowly so you have an opportunity to kind of follow me on your screen to be able to do the same thing. So like if I tell you, oh, hey, yeah, when you want to load a new database, just go to settings, go to database, and then pick the one you want, click confirm. Yeah, okay, that sounded great, Chris, but I'm probably not going to remember that. But if you follow me doing those steps, now you've got something visual to connect to. We're humans. We tend to be very visual. That's what allows us to kind of connect and burn the neurons the right way. So a lot of this stuff, the first time we do it, we'll do it as a guided walkthrough. But once we've done a guided walkthrough, now we'll get into doing labs. I'm going to give you problems to solve. So we may do a guided walkthrough where I show you how do you get to the beacon information? What do you want to pay attention to on this screen? And then once we do that, we may load up a different data set and I'll tell you, okay, go tell me if there's any beacons we need to worry about. And I'll just cut you loose and let you go off and do your thing. So those are the two types of things we'll go through. There is, for the labs, I have a specific format I use. The format is the first slide is always, here's the problem. Go to this data set, try and find beacons. That's a problem. If you read that and you say, oh, I know what that means, boom, just go off and do it. If you read that and you say, I know what that means, but I'm really not sure how to get started. Conceptually, I understand what you're saying, Chris, but practically, I don't know what to click and where. Where do I even get started on this? The next slide after the problem slide is going to be the hint slide. So the hint slide isn't going to just straight up give you the answer, but it's going to point you in the right direction. And then after that, I'm going to have a series of slides that are the actual answers. So what I've tried to do is gear this for multiple levels. So, you've used the tool before, you're comfortable, great, just use the question. You're new with this, you need a little bit more hand holding. Hey, that's totally fine. Everybody does the first time through. Go ahead and leverage that. That way I can give one lab to different ranges of skill sets and have it be challenging for everybody. So, and just a reminder, SSH login in the GUI login within the VM is the login name is threat, password is hunting. When you run the web browser, you're going to need to log in as threat@activecountermeasures.com with a password of hunting2. So I started talking about this already, where the log files are. So I mentioned that, if you want to get to the raw log files themselves, which we'll need to do as part of importing them, just go to the labs directory. And under the labs directory is going to be 3 different labs. I will tell you if we're currently on lab 1, lab 2, or lab 3. There's more than 3 labs for us to do. It's just we're going to start off doing everything in lab 1, then we'll shift to a new data set, then we'll shift to another data set. So yeah, let's go about logging in. So I am on VirtualBox. So with a VirtualBox system, when I want to get to the AC Hunter interface, remember I talked about you need to set up. No, that's not what I want. That's what I want. Remember I said you need to set up port forwarding so that you're forwarding some upper port on the local system to the appropriate port on AC on the VM. And I gave you a link on a blog entry that I wrote. It's got pictures. It's easy to follow. But I've already got that all set up on my side. So I'm connecting to port 10,443 at localhost. So I've mapped that port to port 443 on my VM. So when I go in and I hit enter, it's popping me up and it's saying, hey, your connection's not private. So this tells me I'm connecting to that system. My browser saw the server hello, and it saw that it's a self-signed digital certificate. That's why I'm getting this error. So I'm going to tell it is advanced, proceed. I know it's safe. Now I got in right away because I had been logged into this before. If I, that's not what I want. I wanted that. So for most of you, where you'll end up is here. So you need to go in and create a login. So the login we're going to use is the threat@activecountermeasures.com. That's our login. And then our password is hunter2. Why not just Hunter, Chris? Well, because we've got a password requirement in here that needs to be a little bit longer and it needs to have numeric values in there too. So thus Hunter2 is the minimum I could get away with. Now when hunting2. That's what I did wrong. Yes, it's hunting2. Now I've been in this interface before, so it just loads right up. But when you come in for the first time, you're going to end up here. So the first time you log into AC Hunter, it'll pop in here and none of the databases will be selected. Because what it's telling you is, hey, this is your first login. I don't know what database you want to work with. You got to give it a database to work with by default. So the one you want to pick is this one here, DNSCAT2-JA3. Once you select that, simply click confirm. It'll reload like that. And now you can see, okay, I've got some stuff here. I've got some stuff here. What's going on? All right. On our main dashboard here, on the left-hand side of my screen, this is all the internal IP addresses that were part of that data set scored by threat score. So anything at the top of the list is going to be more likely to be something I need to be concerned about. Anything at the bottom of the list, that's stuff that I'm probably not going to need to worry about as much. So I can basically start at the top and kind of work my way down. Now, on the right-hand side of the screen, this is a breakdown of where those score points came from. So I can go in and I can see that, I can go in and I can see that 99 points were assigned to the system because it had a strong beacon. It also had a strong web beacon to it. My longest connection was 15 hours in time. So this gives me a breakdown of what might be interesting about that system. Notice I got a threat intel match. There was 92 bytes of data transmitted. So we said the threshold is 5 megabytes. Well, it's only 92 bytes. So there was no additional points assigned because of that here. So this gives me a quick breakdown of what's where on here and what I need to go in and pay attention to. Now, what if you don't see this? Let's see, I think I have a slide for this one. Where is it? Yeah, this. So what if I'm working within the virtual machine, right? And let me blow that up a little bit so it's a little easier to see. What if I'm not using a web browser for my host system? I want to use the web browser in the VM itself. And Chris, when I loaded it up, it looks like this, where everything's mashed together. It doesn't look, really pretty like what you were showing us. You got to change the zoom level on Chrome in order to get that to work correctly. Step one is make your VM screen as big as possible, right? So whatever tool you're using, there's usually a way to tell it, I want to view this in full screen mode. Go to full screen mode. That may fix it for you. If you go to full screen mode and it hasn't completely fixed it for you, go into Chrome and under the settings, change the zoom level down a little bit, and that'll clean it up for you too. But once you get that cleaned up, you should see something that looks kind of similar to this. Now, what if I want to load a different data set? Well, the settings icon, this is only on the main dashboard. So if I'm on any of the other screens, I won't see this. When I'm on the dashboard screen, I get this little gear icon, and I can just go to database, and I can, pick another database if I want to, and then confirm that to go ahead and open that up. So that's how I kind of navigate around. Now we're going to import a new data set. When we do, we'll see that new data set show up on this list. So when you do your first lab, you're going to have to change to that data set in order to be able to go through and do an analysis on it. So that's that one. Now, let's go in. Let me walk you through how to create a safe list entry. So you're kind of limited on how many of these you can create with the community edition. It's unlimited when you get into enterprise, but community, I think, is limited to like 50 or something like that. But these are for situations where we see something and we know there's a business need that's associated with that. So let's see, is Beacon Web where I want to do it? Yeah, this is the one. So here's what I want you to do from the dashboard. Down here, there's a little icon that says Beacon Web. Click that. And when you do, your screen should look like mine. And then what I want you to do is I want you to go to the second entry on this list, 1055.182.100. When you do, your screen should kind of look like mine does right now. So let's kind of talk about, like, if I'm doing a threat hunt, what do I do? What do I look at first? Well, the first thing I always look at, I mentioned earlier, is this bottom graphic. So this is telling me that sometimes I'm seeing 2 connections an hour, sometimes I'm seeing 1 connection an hour. But notice every hour is represented here. I don't have any blanks. So this is connection persistency. This internal system, 1055.182.100, is in constant communication with this host out on the internet. So let's figure out, what is this host out on the internet? Well, this is telling me that the user looked up config.edge.skype.com. And that's what brought them to this IP address. And the IP address it brought them to is this 13 address here. Okay, if we know it's okay to use Skype within our environment, then we know that this is perfectly fine. We don't need to worry about this. If, however, we don't use Skype, or we don't want people to use Skype, then we may not want to create a safe list entry for it. But is this really Skype? Is there anything here that'll help us kind of figure that out? Well, we can see this was a TLS session, right? Well, it says SSL. We know it's TCP/40. We know it's HTTPS. This is labeling as SSL. It might be SSL. It might be TLS. We don't know for sure. That one we're not sure of. But we know it's HTTPS traffic. HTTPS traffic is going to identify SNI information to tell us who is this digital certificate issued to. Well, this was issued to edge.skype.com. Well, that tells me this is a wildcard certificate that's issued to any system that's part of the domain edge.skype.com. Config.edge.skype.com just happens to be one of them. So what do we know? We know the user tried to get to config.edge.skype.com. That's what brought them to this IP. That IP handed back a valid digital certificate. I know this looks a little backwards, but invalid cert. Yes is actually bad. No is actually good. Is it invalid? Yes or no? No, it's not invalid. That means it's valid. It's okay. It just had to do with the logic the developers did on the background, why they wrote it that way. But it works. This tells you, yeah, no. So we know the certificate's okay. This is okay. Let's assume Skype is okay in my environment. Now I'm in a position where I say, okay, I don't want to see this entry anymore. I don't want this to show up in any of my future hunts. This is a business acceptable type of connection. See the little filter icon here? It looks like a funnel. Go ahead and click that. And when you click it, this screen should pop up for you. This is my safe listing screen. So I can go in and I can safe list this based on the source. I can base it based on the destination. In some cases, if I'm doing an IP to IP comparison, I can do it based on the IP pairs. What options are available depends upon what I'm trying to safe list at the time. So this will always kind of help guide you through. And any options that are not applicable just don't show up. And that way you're less likely to do something wrong. What I'm saying is Skype is okay. Any of my users can use that, and I don't want to see that in my hunts. Great. So how should we create our safe list entry? Well, our safe list entry should revolve around this target, right? We're saying the target is okay. Now, we could just do config.edge.skype.com, but remember I said it's a wildcard cert that's being issued to any system that's part of edge.skype.com. One of the things I like to do with my safe list entries is incorporate as many systems as I can without making them too general, right? So since the digital certificate was issued to edge.skype.com, I'm going to enable wildcard matches. And I'm going to say, I want to safe list edge.skype.com. I'm going to go with what's on that digital certificate. I could say anything in Skype is okay, but that's a little bit too general for me. I want to be a little bit more paranoid than that. So I'm going to just do the edge, and that's it. Here I could create a comment on, why am I creating the safe list entry? Who created it? What date did they create it on? What does this safe list entry take care of? I could go in and create that as a comment. And now go in and hit the safe list button down here on the right. So you want to enable wildcard, set this to edge right in the middle. You can write a comment or not, dealer's choice. You can do whatever you want. And then click the safe list button. Now, when you do, the screen, you probably noticed the screen refreshed. See, it says safe listing in progress. I purposely reduced the amount of RAM on here to be able to see that entry when it pops up. And because I did that, it didn't really refresh. Notice config.edge.skype.com is still showing up here. If you're still seeing this too, hit Control-R on your keyboard, and that'll just refresh the screen. And now you'll see that entry's gone. So we don't see that system listed here anymore. So now that it's been safe listed, if new data comes in and that Skype connection is in there, it's just going to ignore it. It's not going to score it. It's not going to display it on the screen for you. Now, what if I need to go see what I went in and created, right? What do I want to see? What safe lists are there? Go back to the dashboard, go under my gear icon, and I've got a tab here for safe lists. This tells me how many safe list entries I have. I only have one, but I'm going to go into View Edit, and that'll let me see all my safe list entries. So here's that entry I created. So let's say we created this, right? And 2 weeks from now, we figured out, oh, wait, that's not Skype. I thought it said Skype, but it's actually skyp3.com. And I missed that was a 3, not an E at the end. I safe list this, and I shouldn't have done that. Oops. What do I do? What I can do is I can go in and I can hit the little X there, and I can delete that entry. And now any database I load, it will recalculate without this safe list entry in place. So with the community edition, you always get to see the previous 24 hours and that's it. But with the enterprise edition, I can go back however many days I want to through my data. So let's say 2 weeks ago, I incorrectly created that entry. If I've got the enterprise version, I can delete that entry and then I can go back to my data from 2 weeks ago and it'll redo it without that safe list entry. Then I can look at 13 days ago and it'll do the same thing, and 12 days ago and it'll do the same thing. So when we safe list, we just simply hide the data from you. We don't actually go in and delete anything. I got locked out of the web when I clicked safe list. It said not found. You may have accidentally hit the logout button on the bottom down here. If the screen is small, if the main screen's smaller and the safe list thing is bigger, those two are kind of close to each other. So that might have been what hit you. But yeah, just go ahead and log back in and you should be pretty good from there. Not a big deal. Dude, don't worry about it. Honestly, trust me, we all do stuff like that. That's why we're doing this as a walkthrough right now. Yeah, I want to make sure that this is something everybody's really comfortable with. So, excuse me. So yeah, so let's. I know we're running past the top of the hour, but I kind of want to finish this up because I want to be able to kind of just jump into the lab stuff when we come back. So please just give me about another 2 or 3 minutes here. So there's 2 ways to kind of get into the data. I can use these buttons on the bottom, and when I do, so for example, we went to Beacon's Web, and notice I see all bunch of different source IP addresses. So when I go into Beacon's Web, I'm basically telling AC Hunter, I want to analyze all of the beacons that were based on HTTP or HTTPS, and I want to go in and look at those. If I click on the, beacons proxy, which I don't think there's any data in this one, I only want to look at the proxy stuff, regardless of the source. Long connection, same type of thing. I'll get multiple different IPs. That's if I click the icon on the bottom. If I'm up here and I say, okay, I want to look at, we'll just go with the top one, right? I want to investigate this one, and it says it's got a beacon. I want to investigate that. If I jump into my beacon investigation by clicking over here instead of one of the buttons on the bottom, that automatically filters the results to only this one IP address that I said I wanted to investigate. So all those other IPs go away by default. And now I'm just looking at this one. So with this one here, I can say, oh, they were trying to get to alpha.stjameschurch.org. Oh, yeah, that sounds like it's got a business need behind it, right? It's going to TCP 443, but SSL wasn't identified as the protocol. It doesn't know what the protocol is. And we're communicating there all day. Yeah, we probably got a problem here, right? This is something we need to worry about. But if I want to look at what other outbound connections were taking place, I can see them here. Now, you may or may not pick up on this. There's a little color code on the left. Anything in red is our way of saying that this system is scoring high enough that we really feel you should go in and pay attention to that. Once you get into the oranges, we're saying you probably want to look at this. It may be something, it may not. We're leaning towards feeling like it's evil, but it's definitely not something we're positive about. If I hit, so down here, notice it's telling me there's 18 pages of beacons total I could go through and analyze. I'm going to jump to the end. Notice the last one is in green. Green is our way of saying, hey, this kind of looks like a beacon, but we're pretty certain it's okay. Well, notice the score is at 50%. And if I look at this, we get hours with nothing, and we've only got 1 or 2 connections when it's taking place. That's why we're kind of giving a green color code to it. Personally, for me, anything that scores, jump all the way back, anything that scores an 80% or higher, that's something I want to look at. That's something that I usually kind of feel like, yeah, that's worth paying attention to. And the way the scores work, anything that is at 80% or higher, it's going to flag that and pull that out by it. Okay, one last thing, and then we're going to take a break. The last thing is, so let's say I'm looking at this and I'm saying, oh, this is going to Alpha St. James Church. What's that? Well, I can click on that fully qualified domain name, and then this will pop up tools, I can use to go off and investigate that. So this says, oh, hey, alpha-st-james-church.org. Yeah, that has a good reputation to it. Everything looks okay that's associated with that. Awesome. I can do the same thing with the IP address. With the enterprise version, these menus are editable. And the community edition, you kind of get what you get. But I can go to virus total for the IP and see what does it know. And it's saying, oh, yeah, hey, that's okay. But this is one of the things I love about virus total. Notice it's giving me a date range here. So it's telling me that on this date, this was associated with this fully qualified domain name. On this date, it's this one. On this date, it's this one. Oh, wait a minute. That's bouncing around to different IPs. That's usually not a good thing. That makes me a little bit more suspect. In other words, if it's been alpha-st-james-church.org for 5 years now, yeah, it's probably going to be okay. But something that bounces around a lot like this, oh, yeah, that's worth going in and paying attention to. So that's one of the ways we can go in and do a deeper investigation. I can also go in and I can pick. So let's say we looked at this and we said, yeah, we're compromised. This is C2, right? I'm pretty certain this box is whacked. I'm pretty certain we're in a compromised state. I want to get a handle on scope. Are any other systems talking to this remote IP address? Well, I can go to deep dive for that. And deep dive will show me all my internal systems that are talking to that IP. In this case here, this is the only one system that was talking to it. Now, one thing that's kind of cool is sometimes it's helpful to be able to pivot between these two IP addresses, right? So let's say I say, okay, great, it's only this one IP, but now I want to see who is this IP address been talking to. Once you click on the address, you'll see you'll get a summary here, like I did. There's a little P up here. Click that. When you click that little P, that switches to the other IP address. And notice now I'm looking at everybody out on the internet that system was talking to. Here's a summary of all the connections. Here's everything color coded. So like this one is in white. So if I click on that, my summary here, as well as my graph, shows me, yeah, this is probably something not to be worried about. That's why it's in white. Anything that's in orange, that's a way of saying, this looked a little suspect. It might be what set off threat points. It might not, but we're going to flag it just so if you're doing a complete evaluation, you know this is something you should at least pay marginal attention to. All right. With that said, we are 10 minutes late for our break. But I wanted to kind of run you through that. And when we come back, we'll start jumping into actually loading up some data and doing our first hands-on lab. So it is now, I'm going to call it 10 minutes after the top of the hour. At 20 minutes after the top of the hour, so 10 minutes from now, we'll pick up from here and keep going. I'll catch you folks then. So someone was talking about not seeing buttons on the bottom. I know you said you got to fix, but just for everybody else, if you change the resolution around and stuff like that, if you go in and you kind of play around with the zoom, once you change it to something, hit Control R. And that'll reload the page. Sometimes that'll shift things just a little bit more for you, and you'll be in pretty good shape there. Let's see. We also got a comment. The numbers don't add up. They don't. We will score something as an IP-based beacon or a web beacon. We'll show you if it's showing up as both, but we're only going to score the higher of the two. And the reason for that is if I have something going to a fully qualified domain name and there's only one IP address associated with that, then those will end up looking exactly the same. But if I have something going to a fully qualified domain name, but there's multiple target IPs, I might see a lower score beacon associated with the IP address than I do the fully qualified domain name. So one score will be slightly less than another. So it's a way to kind of see, what's going on with that. All right. So here's what we want to do. We're going to import some data. So if you have the VM running, get logged into that. So it's hunting. And no, we don't need to update software right now. And then you want to run the terminal. Or you can do this via SSH. I'll switch to using SSH after this just because it gives, actually, I'm going to do it now. Just because it gives it a bigger screen to work with because all the fonts end up really small when I use this screen. So I am going to use this screen instead. So when you first log in, like I said, you will be here. You're going to be in the home directory. So PWD will tell you where you are at any given time. So I'm in the user named threats home directory. And then here are the subdirectories under where I am right now. The one I want is this one. I want to be in labs. So I'm going to say cd space labs, and that'll put me there. If I type ls again, that shows me I've got 3 lab directories under here. I want to go into the first one, and you want to be doing this too. So I'm going to say cd space lab 1. And now when I type ls to list out what's in the directory, I'm going to see a bunch of Zeke logs. So this was Zeke data that was collected off of a network. So we want to check this to see, is there any potential C2 traffic that's inside of that? We want to use AC Hunter for that. So we need to import this data into AC Hunter. We use Rita for that. Rita runs in the back end of AC Hunter. It's one of the ways we make sure that Rita and AC Hunter stay in sync with each other so that you're not going to get different results with one versus another. So I'm going to type the Rita command. That's my first thing I'm going to go through and do. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and I'm going to tell it, I want to import some data. So I'm going to say import, Rita space import. And now I need to tell it what to import. Well, I could just say star, go look in the local directory, and anything here is something you can import. The only log files we use out of Zeke are the ones with the .log extension. In other words, this one here, this is actually a binary file that includes a copy of all the full digital certificates that we're seeing on the wire. We're not going to use that one. So I'm just going to say star.log. Go look at the log files to see what you want to import. Once I do that, now I need to come up with a name for this database within AC Hunter. So I could get creative and name it, Kitty Piddle or something like that. But I'm going to try and keep this consistent with the directory names so that I know what data came from where. So I'm just going to name this Lab 1 because we're pulling the data out of, you guessed it, the Lab 1 directory. So make sure you run this command. I'll just go in, copy that. I'm going to paste that into Discord so people have it handy. And then once you have that command typed out, just go ahead and hit enter. Now, Rita needs sudo access. It needs to elevate the permissions in order to read this in. So the password is hunting, HUNTING. Once you type that in, hit enter. And now you'll see Rita going off and doing its thing. So Rita's going in and it's telling us, oh, okay, I'm parsing these log files. I'm importing them in. This tells us I saw 111 hosts in this file total. Here's my number of unique connections, unique aggregate. Notice this one here, no proxy Yukon data. So now I know that proxy module that looks at potential beacon traffic that's going through a proxy, there won't be any data in that. There's no proxy data that was found. I've got 40 different HTTPS connections. I had 116 different DNS things that it went through and analyzed. So we get a nice little summary here of what was found. And then it gets to done, and that means, well, it's done. Cool. So now what I want to do is I want to go back to the AC Hunter interface. So we want to come back here, and I'm going to go to my gear icon. I want to be in databases, which is the default. And notice what we have here. Lab 1, that wasn't there before. So this is telling us what date time range was this data collected over. And once I select Lab 1, I just click confirm. That loads up that data set. Mine failed. So was it the Rita import that failed, Ray? And if so, make sure you've got the command exactly right. Make sure you're in the Lab 1 directory when you ran it. So the big thing with this is that you have to be in this location. So if you type PWD and you see something different than that, that's your problem. It was, so what I've seen folks do accidentally sometimes is they go to this directory, one directory up, they're in the labs directory. And when you run the command, those files aren't there. It can't find them, and that may cause it to fail. Let's see. Module not found. Oh. Yeah, Keith, see if you can't like decipher that. That looks like maybe Docker Compose isn't working. I would I would start. So hey, when in doubt, reboot. I might just reboot the VM, go back to that spot, try that again, see if it's something along those lines. But Docker Compose should already be in there. It should already be running. Not sure what might have killed that on you. All right. So we got the data imported. Cool. We're all set there. In the AC Hunter interface, we've got one source IP address we're working with. And then this is showing us, yeah, it found some things that look kind of interesting that are worth going in and taking a look at. All right, let's kind of catch up on slides now, just to make sure I didn't miss anything. So we talked about this. Your data might look a little different. Talked about changing databases. Yeah, we added a safe list entry. I showed you how to do that, and we did it with Skype. We talked about the wildcards. We talked about, you can see when it's in process running, how to view edit them. You can delete it if you want to, but this allows you to see it's there. The comment is obviously different than what you saw me type because I didn't type that in again. But it gives you an idea of like how you can record these safe list entries to make sure that a year from now, you're not thinking about, why did we create this? Where did this come from? Oh, hey, we created it because it looks like it's Skype traffic and it was created by Brenton on this date timestamp. Okay, now that makes sense. We talked about you can click the module at the bottom and that'll get you into all the traffic of that type, like Beacon Web. It'll show you all the Beacon Web or all the long connections. Or I can navigate in off of here, and that's going to limit it to just the one IP address. We talked about the investigation menus. We talked about deep dive. Talked about the investigation menus there. Okay, slightly different results, but only because this was run on a different day, and that's fine. We didn't talk about long connections, but I've talked about this screen. We already kind of covered this screen and what's on it. Also notice, so let me show you this real quick because this might actually come in handy for you. So when I'm looking at long connections, by default, we're only going to show connections that are 5 hours and longer. What if I want to look at something that might be a shorter time period than that? Well, I can just go in and say, I want to look at connections that are 10 minutes or longer. Let's just say I want to go look for that. And notice as soon as I select 10 minutes, I get a lot more entries that are on this screen. So if you know there's like a long connection you want to pay attention to and you don't see it show up immediately, usually it's the duration threshold. You might need to go in and kind of tweak that. We set it to 5 hours by default. Quite honestly, that's still, that's what you want to go in and pay attention to, right? That's what you're going to want to go in and focus on is anything longer than 5 hours. We talked about that earlier. No, I didn't want to close that up. I want to go here. All right. Let's see what else we got. We did that. Yep, we did it. Got a walkthrough of importing data already. Yep, we did that. We went into this directory. We imported that data in. We showed that, yep, it's showing up. So your list might be slightly different than this. That's okay. What matters is that lab one directory now shows up. All right. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to go to the Beacon Met Web module, right? So we've got the data. Go back to the dashboard if you're someplace else. Always start here. We're here. We want to go through the Beacon Web data. So that's this module down here. So click on that Beacon Web module. This will get you into the Beacon module data. And what I want you to do is we have 6 entries that are scoring above an 80. In other words, if I look at the persistency score here, right? This one's 99.7. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. that are above 80, and then number 7 drops to 70. So from here up, so all the red ones and the orange ones, I want to go through and do an analysis on those. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to do a minimum check. So I don't want you to like spend a bunch of time. I just, based on what we kind of talked about before, hey, is there a digital certificate there? Is the certificate good? Does it match the DNS query? Go through and just spend about 60 seconds maximum on each of these 6 different entries to decide, is there anything we need to worry about here? Or is there stuff here that we may want to go in and create a safe list for? And just make a list of what you found, right? Which ones do we need to worry about? Which ones might look like they're okay? Just go in and make yourself a quick list on that. I'm going to give you a little bit to work through this one, and then we'll go through and we'll talk about it. So, pro tip when you're doing these, don't go after the interesting ones first. Go after the easy ones first. What do I mean by that? So imagine I have 2 suspicious entries, right? One of them I look at very quickly and I realize, oh, this could just be a Microsoft false positive. The other one I look at and I say, woo, this is doing some interesting things I've never seen before. Stop, go back to the Microsoft one. Why? Because the easy ones, you can clear those, you can get those out of the way. You don't have to worry about them anymore. That'll make it easier to go in and focus on the one that's actually interesting after that. So as you go through this list of 6, like I said, give it about 60 seconds. And if you're not sure, that's okay. Make a note of that, skip it, go on to the next one from there. The goal of this lab, or one of the goals of this lab, is to show you probably don't have to spend a lot of time to kind of run these through. And if you don't feel like you can do that, there may be something you're missing. That's okay. When we cover the lab, I'll point out what that is for you and give you a little bit more time to work through this one. Okay, let's talk about this one. It's the first lab, so I want to make sure that nobody starts feeling too lost if I leave dead air for too long. So I'll give you a little bit more time as we do further labs, but I just kind of want to make sure we all kind of have the same cadence going. MVenture mentioned, yeah, it updated my VM last night to Ubuntu 20, damn it. Yeah, the version of Mongo that's in there, I don't think is supported on 20. It's one of the reasons why we're moving away from Mongo, because we've had all sorts of problems with that. We're actually, as a team, in the process of replacing the backend database system on both Rita and AC Hunter. The plus side is that our initial results are showing like a 5 to a 6x improvement in speed. So that is awesome. But it's going to take a little bit more to get it done. Yeah, Brian said bad Mongo. Yes, bad Mongo. No cookie for Mongo. Bad Mongo. No cookie. All right. So we said we wanted to go through the first 6. So let's just kind of start at the top and we'll kind of work our way down. So here's my first entry. It's talking to 104, 248, 234, 238. So first place I always start this graph on the bottom, flat. We said, hey, that may be an indication that we've got C2 over DNS, right? We've got persistent. Well, it's definitely a indication we have connection persistency. So we need to look at, okay, does this make business sense? Yes or no? The score is pretty high, 99.7. So this says we're 99.7% sure this is connection persistency, and you should make sure there's a business need behind it. There were 3,000 plus connections that took place over 24 hours. That's a lot of connections. There definitely better be a very good business need for this, right? That's a lot of connectivity taking place. All right. It was going to this IP. This is kind of interesting. See this HTTP server parameter? And what's not let me? I can't do the line. I wiggle it too much. The HTTP server, this is identifying the host field within the HTTP header. It's an IP address. That host field is always, always, always supposed to be a fully qualified domain name, right? You need to do that for virtual websites. Right? There are some physical boxes that may have 50 different web servers running on it. When you connect, how do you tell it which of those 50 web servers you actually want to be communicating with? And the answer is this host parameter. So the host parameter listing an IP address instead of a fully qualified domain name, oh, that's a huge red flag for me. Something weird is going on. Okay. It's going to port 80. That's fine. It's a GET request. That's fine. The user agent string, Windows 7 using Java version 1.7. Oh, that's kind of old, right? Now, this is our internal system identifying itself when it's talking to that system. So one of the things I might kind of ask myself right off the bat is number one, do I run Windows 7 systems, right? I'll probably know that. I'll probably know, are we in one of those weird environments where we're running ancient software that can't be updated and we're stuck running Windows 7? So I may kind of have a handle on that already. What if I don't know that for certain? What if I don't know if this might be a Windows 7 system or not? Let me show you a little trick you can do. I'm going to go under client signature, right? So this module here, and I'm going to go up to this search line and I'm going to type in that internal IP address, 192.168. What was that? 99.51. And then I'm going to tell it, okay, go ahead and do a search on that. Okay, what's this telling me? This is telling me that these are all the different user agent strings that were used by this source IP address talking on the internet. And who were they talking to when they were using that user agent string? So let's see. So this way, a user agent string is Wiki agent. Okay, that's a feature they introduced as part of Windows 10. So this is Windows 10, Windows 11. Microsoft Crypto API 10. Okay, that's Windows 10. Microsoft Windows Notification Services 10. Okay, that's Windows 10. Microsoft Delivery Optimization 10. Guess what? Windows 10. Oh, but when I talk to this one IP address in Windows 7, oh, wait, no, we got a problem, right? So this is a really good way to be able to go through and just do a quick sanity check on the user agent strings if we don't know what that source might be. Right? If we know, hey, no, we only run Windows 10, then yeah, all right, I already know that. But if I don't know for certain what that source is, I can just go in under the user agent strings to a search like this. And, this tells me very quickly, yeah, I got a problem. Wiki agent was only being used with this one system, but the crypto API, I got a couple of different ones listed here. Windows notification, just to the tile service, delivery optimization. There's a bunch of them I was talking to here. Yeah, looks like we got 4 or 5 different ones here. And then, the IP address. And again, that was one of the things that was kind of hitting me was that host parameter is supposed to be a fully qualified domain name, like we see here. But it wasn't. It was an IP address. Oh, that's really wrong. All right. So this first one, I'm really suspicious of this. So we're going to make a note of this first one and we'll come back. Like I said, start with the easy stuff first. Go to my second one. Okay. I got a little bit of persistency here, but it's very, very low signal rate. Once or twice an hour, that's it. Sometimes nothing. This was going to array 506.prod.do.dsp.mp.microsoft.com. Okay, so this looks like Windows system calling home to Microsoft. That matches the digital certificate, right? My SNI information is identifying, or the digital certificate was issued to star.prod.do.blah, blah, 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 blah. So that tells me, okay, there's probably multiple arrays that are part of that. Is it an invalid cert? Yes, it is. Remember what I told you before? Microsoft likes to self-sign their stuff when they think it's only going to be Windows reaching back. That's what we're running into here. So in this case, you have no way of knowing this here, but I will tell you that cert is actually okay. It's just that Microsoft signed it themselves, and they're not considered the server they use to sign it isn't recognized as a valid signature authority within the systems that are pre-programmed into Linux. So if we were to pre-program this in, that would come back and that would tell us, no, the certificate's okay, it is not invalid. So this is a Microsoft self-signing issue that we're running into here, and that's it. So this one looks like it's actually okay. This looks like something we could go through and safe list. Let's go to the next one. Tile service, weather, Microsoft.com. Using Windows notification service. It's using a ton of different IP addresses to communicate. In fact, we've got this big long list, and at the end it says truncated results. So there's even more than what we're seeing here. So this is an HTTP connection back. Now, we don't have a digital certificate to fall back on to verify this the same way we do as SSH, or excuse me, with HTTPS. So I'm looking at this one and I'm kind of feeling like, yeah, this one might be okay. Let me go to one of these IP addresses and I'm just going to do a virus total check on it to see what's that usually associated with. Oh, service.weather.microsoft.com, radarmaps.weather.microsoft.com. Now, this is going through some Akamai stuff, but it looks like it's Akamai stuff to kind of pull statistics on use. And this is over a period of time that's been over like the last 3 years. Okay. So this is probably okay. I'm not as certain it's okay as when I have a digital certificate, but I'm pretty certain this one's okay. If I go to the next one, this is another array, same thing. So this is something to keep in mind once we get into safe listing. I've got an array 509 and an array 503. If I make my safe list entry from as a wild card at the prod level, that will safe list both of these at the same time. What else we got? CTLDL.windowsupdate.com. Using Microsoft Crypto as the user agent string. It's a GET request, a couple of IP addresses associated here. Let's go to virus total for one of them. And oh, hey, this is going to DigitalOcean space. That's weird. That's not what I expected off of these results. I expected that to say Microsoft. That looks kind of odd to me. Let's try another one of these IP addresses. Akamai. Okay. Yeah, the Akamai ones look like they're okay. I did check this one out before. It does turn out to be okay. But yeah, we're getting some weird results off of this one. Akamai here too. Oh, so maybe that's why it's the first one's mapped over to DigitalOcean. So yeah, so I'm leaning towards safe. I think at this point I wouldn't know for sure. I'd want to do a little bit more research. But let's assume that out of these first 6 that we were told to look at, this one we need to spend some more time on, that very first hit. But 2 through 6, they're probably okay. You know, if we did more additional research, would figure out that, yeah, no, this is just regular Microsoft traffic. What about number 4? 4 is array.509. Yeah, so this was the same as the array 503. So it's got a digital certificate associated with it. It's a wild card at the prod level, going back to Microsoft. This is labeling it as an invalid, but I know personally that is because it's a digital certificate signed by Microsoft problem. You would learn that as well when you started doing some research on array.prod, right? So if I go back and I Google prod, do, DSM, blah, 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 invalid digital certificate, you'll find some posts that are on the internet that talk about how, yeah, Microsoft's self-signing their certs now. At least that's what I found when I first ran into this. But the information shows some malicious information. I'm not sure what you mean by malicious information, dude. If you can kind of just give me a little bit of clarification on that, I'm happy to kind of talk it through. We're seeing some persistence. Absolutely. Is this system communicating persistently with this system? Absolutely, it is. But this is usually part of Microsoft's patching systems. You know, that I believe that it's part of why it's reaching back to prod to check for new patches and that type of thing. So that would make it, not evil. If I go to virus total, okay, so let's go to virus total for the full name. So it's saying no security vendors flag this as a malicious domain. It's part of Microsoft. Sometimes you'll even see that the vendors themselves have safe listed these entries as knowing they're okay. So this looks like it's all right. Let's go to an IP address and look up that. Yeah, this one's okay. There was another one that talked about the IP looked like it was potentially evil. It was in DigitalOcean. Forget which one that was. That might have been this one. No, it was one of the others. But yeah, that's one of the reasons why you don't want to just trust on one source. That's why we have multiple in here. Alien Vault's usually pretty good too. I'll use Alien Vault a lot. Although, of course, the one I pick, it comes up and says, oh, I don't have any additional information on that. So that's not helpful. Screenshot, totally not evil. Yeah. Oh, well, so that's a little. Oh, no. Yeah, that's a different one. That's a different one. Okay. So, number one, we know we need to do a little bit more research on that. 2 through 6, we're going to call those as okay. So what I want you to do now is go in and create safe list entries for that and do it as efficiently as possible. Hint, hint, remember we had 2 that were part of prod.do. You might want to use wildcards as part of that. Let me give you a couple of minutes to kind of work through that one, and then we'll go through and we'll talk about it.
Hey, Chris, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no, go for a minute.
Question from Phil asking about the TLS server.
Does the TLS server listed here refer to the same server that does the server hello and the TLS handshake? Yes. Yes. So let me find a multiple, because I know we had some of those in there. Thanks, Keith. Yes. So I know this looks a little confusing because there's multiple target IPs. But what this is effectively saying is that over the course of the day, right? Over the course of these 24 hours, DNS looked up tileservice.weather.microsoft.com and got a bunch of different results back as part of that. Those are all listed in here. Anytime our source talked to one of those IPs, yeah, there would have been a TLS or an SSL TLS handshake that took place where the client sent its client hello. The server would respond back with its server hello packet, along with giving us a copy of its digital certificate as well. Now, these here are actually not an SSL session. These are just HTTP. So since these are HTTP only, there wouldn't have been any SSL as part of that. Do we have any? Yeah, okay, this is the one I was thinking of. So this does have multiple. So every time, well, but that's also just HTTP. Well, in any event, where I was going with this is, yeah, okay, so this one. It's TLS, but to multiple IP addresses. It would have done a new handshake each time it talked to a new IP. So there would have been a new client hello, there would have been a new server hello, and all of that fun stuff that took place. The digital certificates that show up, if there's more than one, we'll print more than one. What this is telling me is that both of these systems identify themselves as settings dash win data blah blah blah. So both of these, even though the different IPs are identifying themselves the same way, it could be they're configured the same way. It could be there's a load balancer in front of them. There's a couple of reasons that may have caused this to go through and take place. Since we're seeing multiple IPs, I'm guessing they just have 2 boxes that are set up that DNS round robins between the 2, and they both just identify themselves the same way. Let's see. Maybe you can give me some further information what this might show for number 4. Well, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm guessing that's virus total. No, not showing up under that. Right, based on IP. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm not sure what it's kind of pulling that out of. So here's the thing. So keep going. Okay. Yeah. Oh, like this. Okay. All right. So here's what I've run into. the data reported here is not always accurate. And I'll give you a great example. An application does a lookup for something that is a known to be bad domain. That a lot of times will get flagged under virus total as the application is malicious because it looked up that domain. Well, all it did was look up that domain. It might have actually been another application that requested that lookup to take place. So a lot of times when this calls out a binary like win32.exe, win32.exe is just doing what it does. It's not actually infected. It's not actually malicious code. I've seen that multiple times with this. So it depends upon why they're flagging it, right? Are they flagging it because the binary was identified as being evil? Are they flagging it because it's talking to an IP or a fully qualified domain name that's thought to be evil? A lot of times this stuff isn't fully accurate. So it's one of the reasons why I like to go through a couple of different ones at the same time. The other thing that's kind of weird to me is that saying, okay, yeah, we got files that are bad. Okay, well then why does this say green, we're okay, no detects? In other words, well, wait a minute, why is it flagging this at all if everything's supposed to be okay? Like I said, I got a feeling that this is a false positive. This is a tool that was looking something up or doing something that wasn't actually malicious, but they incorrectly refer to it that way. All right. So, yeah, let's not get too hung up on like virus total and what it thinks is evil, because like I said, it's not always the most accurate thing. That's why it's always good to go through a couple of different ones and kind of run it through for yourself. It should be, good reference. That's about it. So let's do this. So let's go in, create our safe list entries. And actually, well, yeah, we've like lost a lot of time. So we're a little bit behind at this point, but that's okay. Let's take a 10-minute break. As part of that 10-minute break, let's also go in and create these safe list entries. And then when we come back from break, I'll immediately jump into covering the safe list entry stuff. So we'll go in, we'll talk about that then. Okay, we're not starting up for another minute, but a lot of convos in the Discord, which is freaking awesome to see. And just kind of wanted to chime in on some of them. XOR, who probably knows this stuff as well as I do, if not better at this point, was kind of talking about how, yeah, every threat feed, take with a grain of salt. Yeah, I see that constantly. Right. So like I have a couple of canned data sets that I use for teaching this class and teaching other classes. And every time I go in and look at them, it's different data. Right. So like they'll flag something as evil and then they won't. One of the ones that I think is kind of funny is we were talking about that r-1x.com domain that I was showing you that was, C2 over DNS. I've seen vendors flag that as evil. That domain was a test domain that was set up. It was never used in the wild. It only exists in PCAP files that are part of this class. And yet vendors are listing it as, ooh, this is something you need to worry about. It's like, oh, come on, give me a break. Really? So it's, when things can get automated to a point where things fall through the cracks. And that's kind of what you're running into with these. So it's not uncommon, at least for me, to like take the exact same data, go to virus total on different days and get different results. I made a comment in there that, yeah, if we wait until Monday afternoon and check again, virus total will tell us something different. So I absolutely agree with use it as a helpful guide, but it's a data point. It's not an absolute. You want to make sure you kind of run this stuff down yourself. I saw another comment about AI isn't going to replace threat hunters anytime soon. Yeah. We originally explored AI and using that and decided very quickly this is a bad idea. One of the problems you run into with AI is a lot of what it does is based on its training data. And I'll give you a great example. Microsoft created a chatbot a couple of years ago and then put it out on Twitter. And that chatbot turned into a racist, narcissistic bigot within less than 24 hours. Some of the things that it was saying was like, oh my God. Now, this was language, right? Humans have been using language for what? We figure at least 30,000 years, maybe 50. So we kind of understand it. So if there's something we should be able to write AI around fairly accurately, certainly more so than trying to find weird, IP bending of the rules things, it's language. And yet we don't even come close to that. Microsoft had that chatbot online for, I think it was a couple of days, and then had to shut it down. And then they spent 6 months rewriting it, put it online again, and then had to take it down after 4 hours because it got turned into a racist bigot again. I constantly have folks coming into demos telling me, yeah, we looked at vendor X who has AI to detect things, and they missed every single one of our tests, and then had the gall to tell us we were testing it wrong. Yeah, AI is not there for that. Now, what AI is good for, I think, is what happens when you run into stuff you don't understand. Like, I talk about like digital certificates and S&I. What if you need more information on that? Well, ChatGPT is actually pretty cool for that. It's better than Google, because with Google, you go in, you do a search, and you get links to a bunch of websites after the ads, of course. And you need to kind of figure out which one's actually going to talk about what you need and not be something completely wrong. ChatGPT goes through and seems to take care of an awful lot of that for you. It isn't the best language. It repeats itself a lot. But it's a helpful research tool. I wouldn't put it in front of the threat hunter, but as a couple of folks said, as an adjunct, a tool that a threat hunter can leverage as part of their job. Yeah, I think it's super useful for that type of thing. There was a comment about, hey, so there's only an hour left in class. Maybe we can get Chris to stay a little longer. Yeah, I think we're gonna we're gonna run a little over. The getting sidetracked on why is virus total wrong, that blew away at least a half an hour. So let's talk about safe listing, because I want to make sure we go through and kind of cover that. So in Beacon's Web, this first entry, we said, yeah, this looks suspect. We're going to come back to that. Squirrel. Yeah, exactly. we saw the virus total squirrel and got sidetracked. So this first entry, we're saying this is looking really suspicious. So we certainly do not want to safe list that. So let me go to the second one on the list. The second one on the list was this whole array thing. So I'm going to click my safe list icon. And then once I do, we said we know there's multiple arrays, right? There was array 509 in there. I think there's an array 503. So we know there's multiples. So I'm going to leverage my wildcard capability and then put it to the prod level to say array.anything, or anything that's above prod. That's something we want to go through and safe list. So I'm going to go in, I'm going to hit my safe list button. And once I do, notice we lost multiple at that point, right? It didn't just safe list that one, it got the array 06 and the array 03 and all of that fun stuff as well. So it goes through, and having it as a wild card allows us to safe list multiple systems at the same time. All right, if I go to the next one is tile service weather. So if I go in and I click my safe list entry for that, I'd probably want to do a little bit of research. Is tile service the only thing under weather? Is there multiple? So I may want to do it here. I may want to do it one deeper. I'm going to assume I probably want to do it one deeper, just because that tends to be the pattern that I run into with a lot of these. But then I can go in and I can create a safe list entry for that. Now, the next one, this was Windows Update. So we said, okay, Windows Update is going to be okay. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to create an entry for that. This one I'm not going to wildcard, just because it's one subdomain below Windows Update. I don't feel confident enough in Microsoft's security capability to wildcard anything and everything coming out of windowsupdate.com. So I'm not going to bother adding a wildcard entry for this one. And then this entry is off the bottom, right? This is, 70. Yeah, well, we'll hit this one too. Settings-windata.microsoft.com. Yeah, that one's really easy to go in and create one for. I'm going to, again, not use a wildcard for that just because I haven't studied it enough to feel confident doing it a level below. And now we end up here. Okay, so imagine I hunted my network. I found those, I cleared them, right? And then one day I go in to look at my data and now I end up here. Well, I only got the one entry to worry about. That common stuff that would have been seen every day because Windows systems are constantly patching and, checking to see what the weather is in your area, important stuff like that. We already safe listed all of those. So the only things that end up sticking out are the stuff that we actually need to go in and pay attention to. That makes it a little bit easier to go through and do. All right. Here's what I want to do next. Let's look at, I think long connections will be the next thing we look at. Yeah, so slides 138 on, it documents going in and figuring out which ones we need to worry about. And then, we go in and creating our safe list entries. I've got this documented in here. We just walk through these. We noticed that, one safe list entry, because we used a wildcard, took out multiple entries at the same time. So it was easy for us to go through and safe list everything except for that very first entry. We're going to come back and revisit that one. Now, here's what I want you to do next. Next, go in and look at long connections. Look at anything that's 5 hours or more and see, is there anything here we need to be suspicious about? Is there anything here that you think you might need to be able to go in and safe list? So let me give you a couple of seconds to go in and analyze those, and then we'll go through and we'll talk about them. So Phil had a question. Are there any concerns querying public websites about these IPs and fully qualified domain names that might kind of give things away? So sites like VirusTotal typically don't produce stats for folks that identifies what's been searched. If you pay for the service, what you get access to are things like, hey, somebody just uploaded this binary, and and it looks like it might potentially be suspicious, and you can get access to that and the hashes to see, is this something I need to worry about or not? But you're not necessarily going to find out about queries. So where I will worry about that is connecting to the potentially malicious site directly versus you using a third-party site to go through and do searches. Now, with that said, I might connect to the malicious site just to see if there's an HTTP server and what's actually on that. But I won't do it from the network in question. So imagine that I see traffic coming from example.com and it looks a little weird to me. And I want to know who is example.com. I can do some who is queries. I can do some VirusTotal checking if I want to do that. But let's say I now want to check and see, do they have a website? Do they actually have a real internet presence? Well, I don't want to do that from a browser that is on the corporate network that might be under attack by these individuals. So what I might do is simply shut off wireless on my phone and use my Verizon connection to go in and do that research. Or I may launch an instance in EC2 and go through and use that. Or I may spin up a virtual desktop someplace that is outside of my environment and go ahead and use that. I don't worry about connecting to web servers because, quite honestly, it happens constantly. For anybody who checks firewall logs, people are hitting port 22, port 80 all the time, everywhere. It's coming from IP addresses constantly. So if you were to hit port 80 at the attacker's website, they don't know you from Adam, and you're going to be mixed in with 1,000 other connections. So they're not going to say, oh, somebody tried to connect to our website. Maybe they're onto us. No, because that's happening all the time. So that I will do. But beyond that, I don't want to do stuff to kind of give it away. So it's great that you called it out as something to be concerned about and to at least think about. Because, you always want to have it in the back of your head. Am I about to implement a technique that might let the attacker on to the fact that I'm actually onto them? It's always good to kind of keep that in the back of your head. Awesome. Great stuff. All right. So we said we wanted to analyze long connections that are longer than 5 hours in time. We've only got 2 of them here. Now, one of the first things that grabs me is notice neither one of them, the protocol layer is identified, right? So this is TCP 443. I would expect that to be SSL, but it doesn't show up that way. Here's the problem. Zeke needs to see the start of the session in order to be able to identify it as being TLS, right? After the 3-packet handshake takes place, we talked about client cert, server cert, digital certificate. It needs to see that. This is 23 hours and 40 minutes worth of data. We're looking at a 24-hour data set, which means this connection probably started before the data started to get captured, which means that if we have Zeke data from yesterday, we may need to go look at that. And if it was already running, we may need data from the day before that. And if it was already running the day before that, and so on, type of thing. So when I look at a beacon and it doesn't identify the service, I get nervous because beacons are short connections. But when I look at a long connection, I'll go in and look at the time and use that to kind of drive it. So let me drop down the time interval here for a second, just so I can kind of show you what I mean. So notice these first two, it didn't identify anything. But after that, we start seeing some pretty consistent identification. But notice those sessions are like 20 minutes and less. So we probably saw the very start, saw the very end. Zeke was able to see the whole thing and was able to figure it out. Now, with that said, there are other tools like Wireshark that can look at the middle of the session and figure out if it's TCP or not. So if I have a PCAP, I could bring that into Wireshark and have Wireshark just look at that session and see, does Wireshark label it as TLS? And if it does, great. If not, all right. Wireshark has some better detect capability to it than what's built into Zeke. All right, so let's go back to our 5-hour window again. So we got two connections. Let's kind of run these down. This bottom one, so we're connecting to this IP. What's that? Well, let's go out to virus total. So we know virus total isn't always accurate, but let's see what virus totals is telling us. Well, virus total is telling us that over time, this IP has been associated with Windows.com through Akamai, Windows.com directly, Traffic Manager, which is another Microsoft property, Windows.com, Traffic Manager, Azure. This looks like it's a Microsoft thing. So my first connection, I'm leaning towards, this is probably, it's the second connection because we looked at this one first. I'm leaning towards, this looks like it's just Microsoft traffic. It's probably going to end up being okay. Ideally, I want to go back and see the start of this session. Now, what if I don't have that data available? Oh, where's the system? Oh, where's it plugged into the wall? Oops, I just tripped. In other words, reboot the box and it's going to recreate this connection all over again. And now we'll be able to see where it's connecting to. We'll get to see the full handshake and we'll be able to analyze it that way. So maybe being a little clumsy might help solve that one too. This one's going to TCP 9200. That's kind of odd, right? Why is it connecting to that port? Where's this going? It's going to this IP address here. Let's see what virus total can tell us about that one. It's telling us it's AIHhosted.com. Huh. What is that? I don't know. Well, like I said, so one of the things I might try is pretend this tab is my cell phone, which is on Verizon or T-Mobile or some network that is not my corporate network. I've shut my wireless off, so I'm not communicating locally. Or I've spun up a VM someplace, or I've used a virtual desktop on some cloud provider. I'm using a browser there. Then I may say, okay, let me try going to www.ahhosted.com and let's see who this site is. Well, look, this redirected and it brought us to active countermeasures. Okay, who's active countermeasures? Oh, I can poke around and see what is it they make. Oh, it looks like they make a security tool. Oh, maybe somebody in the security company and the security org is paying for this tool. Maybe this connection has something to do with that. Maybe we're buying a service from them. Okay, it's the security team. I should be able to go through and kind of talk to folks to find, find one that might know something about this. So I would go through and kind of run this down. So our second one, Microsoft traffic, it's probably going to end up being okay. If we want to see the handshake, kick out the power cord, reboot. This first one, this looks like it could be a potential business partner or vendor or something like that. Ask around, ask some questions, see if anybody knows anything about it. If not, go back to the system. Oops, reboot. Right? Let's see what the beginning of that TCP session or that TLS handshake. All right, so let's sanity check here for a moment. So we had 6 beacons. We very quickly whittled down to just 1. We had 2 long connections and we decided, yeah, that's okay. We've got a couple of thousand connections in this PCAP file. There's it's only one host, but there's actually quite a bit of data here. And we were able to whittle that down to just one thing we need to worry about. And that's it fairly quickly. That's kind of neat. Is there anything on DNS we need to worry about? Let's take a look at that. Nope, it's saying nothing. Now notice it's saying no results. Well, it might be just there's no results above this threshold. So I'm going to take that threshold, turn it down to 0. And yeah, we did some DNS queries, but the biggest one is 24 hosts within Microsoft. Microsoft, well-known domain. Yeah, no, there's no potential C2 over DNS here that we need to be concerned about. So we've checked C2 over DNS, we've checked beacons, we've checked long connections. So now we're down to this one connection. So what's going on with this one? I'm at a point now where to dig a little bit deeper on this, I'd probably want to go in and take a look at the data. Right? I want to go in and I'm, kind of a raw Zeke log kind of guy. So I may want to go in and take a look at what's taking place inside of the data. So this was an HTTP session. This is it here. This is that 248, 234, 238. Actually, the first thing I want to do is I want to look to see, did that IP address actually get queried? Does it show up anywhere? So I'm using grep. Grep is our text searching tool that we talked about, right? I'm going to say, hey, grep, I'm going to end up searching my DNS.log file, and I'm going to ask it, look to see if any lines have that IP address in it. In other words, I want to see, I know AC Hunter told me that no one ever looked anything up that resulted in this IP, but I want to be double sure. And I'm going back to the raw log files and I can see here, yeah, no, that nothing ever looked this up. Okay. So it's somebody connecting directly to a website by IP address. That's weird. All right, let's look at what's in the http.log file. So one of the first things I notice is that my host string is that IP address like we saw before. That's weird. Look at this URI. We're accessing the site and we're saying we want to access a resource in this weird directory name. And it's this big, long string of data that's getting queried. Look how big that is. All the way out to here. This is the end of our URI here. This is the very end. It looks like on a quick check that it might be asking for the same thing over and over again. We can go through and we can verify that. But it's identifying itself as Mozilla, Windows 7. We already said, hey, this system normally identifies itself as Windows 10. This is the only time it identifies itself as Windows 7. So that's kind of odd. 200 OK. So what that means is that when this URI was sent to the server said, yep, that's a valid data request to make. 200 OK. Yep, I have that data for you. No problem. Okay, that makes me a little bit more nervous just because this is such an odd URL to be getting queried. Now, the one last thing I'm going to go through and try and do is I want to look at, is that the only URI we were sending? So I'm going to go in and I'm going to say cat http.log, pipe that through Zcut. There we go. Zcut, I want to take a look at id.org_h. I want to see the source IP address. And then I want to look at the URI. And then I'm going to say grep, only show me that IP 104, 248, 234, 238. So only show me data associated with that IP address. Actually, let's just do that for now. And let's take a look at what we've got. And I'm getting nothing. Why am I getting nothing? Oh, because I put in the target IP. There we go. Yeah, I'm starting to see data off of it now. Okay, so when we're talking to that IP, that was that URI. So now I want to see, is that the only URI we ever sent? So now I'm going to pipe it through sort, unique-c. So unique is going to trim things down to a single line. Unique-c is going to count how many lines I get. And then I'm just going to run it through sort-rn. And what is this telling me? Let me get some white space in here so it's easy to read. So what this is telling me is that all 3011 connections that was made to this IP address directly had this URI in it. So we asked we're asked for that same data 3,000 times in the course of a day. That's kind of weird, right? Someone's saying that it's Zoom menu is blocking stuff. Okay, let me pull that up a little bit. That should make it easier to read. So yeah. So we're asking for the same thing over and over again 3,000 times. That makes me highly suspicious. This looks like something that I definitely need to be concerned about. Now, where do I take this investigation from here? Well, the next thing I tend to do is I go looking for, is there anything unique about this that isn't part of a normal session that I may be able to go in and investigate? Well, it's using an IP address as the host parameter, but this is probably not the only time that's ever been seen type of thing. This is definitely a unique string, but it's really long. I probably won't find much off of Google. So if this was me, I'd go looking for this directory name, because that directory name may actually give me something interesting. Someone's saying, let's decrypt that. Yeah, you could. We'd need to figure out what was done. Was it XOR'd? Was it a substitution cipher? But if this turns out to be a C2 channel, then yeah, this is probably encoded information. We could go through and decode it at that point there. A couple of folks are mentioning CyberChef. Yes. So CyberChef is a tool that definitely makes it easy to go in and give it a string like this and say, hey, run it through XOR. What do you get? Run it through this algorithm. What do you get? And we may find out that, yeah, there's actually some readable command sets that are part of all of that. But the big target for now is figuring out, is this something I need to worry about or not? Is this actually malicious? Decoding that would certainly give me that. Doing some research on this may also give me that. So I could take either one of those two paths next to kind of figure out what's going on. The easiest one is to try and Google that. And if you Google that, you do find out this ends up being a C2 channel. And I forget which one it is off the top of my head. Yeah, we talked about that stuff. We talked about that. Yeah, I talked about sanity check, deep dive on that IP. Yeah, so it looks like, I didn't talk about that. So if I go to view 2 here, right? So this is my time interval. So out of the 3,011 connections, 2,400 of them were at 27 seconds, and another 602 were at 30 seconds. So yeah, it's got a little bit of jitter going on here. That might be the tool. That might just be some network latency taking place. If I do a session size analysis, though, I can see that 2,856 of my connections were 689 bytes in size. That's indicative of this being my heartbeat. Heartbeat is usually the smallest data set size that isn't 40 bytes, right? Because 40 bytes usually means, yeah, there was a couple of times I tried to connect and it couldn't. But notice we've got some larger data sizes here. That's an indication that if we find out this is a C2 channel, yeah, someone's been using it. And the most data they moved was about 1.3K. So they haven't moved any big files yet, but it definitely, based on the number of sessions we're seeing here, they're doing some poking around. Someone's been kind of active on this. So if this turns out to be C2, yeah, we got to respond to it pretty quickly. Suspect sessions. Yeah. So we talked about there was no DNS queries. We talked about that. I talked through this, so this has a couple of additional things in here. User agent analysis. We did that right through AC Hunter. URI analysis. We said, yeah, all the connections are going to the same one. And yeah, if you Google this, you find out this Fiesta EK. So yeah, this is definitely something we need to be concerned about. And yeah, like I said, all right, so they give me the exact number. There's 14,000 connections that were in this file. It took us about an hour to go through them all, but that's just because new tool, we're taking our time. I'm talking you through stuff. But, if you imagine a situation where we've already safe listed this stuff that we didn't care about, and this thing first popped up right away, we could probably go from, gee, what is this, to, oh no, we're going to have a bad day in about 10 minutes, right? Because it stuck out for persistency. There were lots of protocol weirdness taking place. It was really easy to kind of figure out that, yeah, this is evil. This is something we need to hit the big red incident response button for. All right. So we went through beacons, we went through long connections, we looked at DNS. Here's what I want you to do. We're going to do the same thing with Lab 2, only this time I'm just going to kind of cut you loose and let you do your thing. So first, we need to import our data. Yeah, oh no, we're going to have a bad day. It's 2 seconds before the alarm. Yeah. All right. So we need to import our next data set. So I'm going to say CD. So go back to the command line and type in CD space ... lab 2. So that's saying I want to navigate up one directory and back down to the lab 2 directory. And when you do that, you should see the prompt change from lab 1 to lab 2. And you're going to see some log files in here. And now we're going to go through it. Now, remember I said the name of the log files can kind of help drive you towards figuring out what's here. We've got a con log and a DNS.log. And that's it. Oh. Packet filter just identifies, are we filtering out any packets? Are we telling Zeke to ignore certain traffic patterns? We weren't doing that. And the weird.log is just where Zeke puts things that look weird that it doesn't know what to do with. But we've only got DNS. That might be something to keep in mind when we go in and we start doing our analysis. So I'm going to say Rita import star.log, and we'll name this one lab 2. So I want you to do this too. Unless you're on the virtual systems where you just have web browser access only, you can't do this. You need to have command line access. So if you're running a local VM, make sure you go in and do this. And foreign girl, no worries. Glad you enjoyed it. So once you type in this command, hit enter. It's going to prompt you for your password. That is hunting. And now you see this go through and run. And it runs pretty quickly. And if we look at the data it processed, notice what it's telling us here. It didn't really find any local traffic. It didn't find any TLS or HTTP. It did find DNS though. So now go into AC Hunter, go to dashboard, go to the gear icon. Oh, look, we got a lab 2 data set now. Load that up, hunt this. I'll give you a couple minutes on this one and then we'll go through and we'll talk about it. What do you mean hunt this, Chris? There's nothing there. Oh, it isn't completely empty. It's giving you some indication of what you might want to take a look at. I'll give you a couple minutes. We'll talk this one through. So no, we did not go on break. We're doing the lab 2 data set. And yeah, this one should have been fairly quick for you. So let's go through and talk about it. So it's saying no results, right? So you look at this and you're like, oh, well, there's nothing here to pay attention to. Make sure you look in the top left here. That only shows up when it thinks it sees C2 over DNS. Why do we do it that way? Why not just like put something on the screen? DNS is an oddball, right? If I'm monitoring at the perimeter and I see what looks like C2 over C2 traffic running over DNS, the source IP address is probably not going to be the infected system. It's probably going to be the internal resolver. So if we try to tell you this IP is evil, well, we would be wrong. We would be telling you your resolver is evil, and it's not. It's just servicing requests for a system that's acting evil. Further, you may have multiple DNS servers. So if we try to tie DNS, C2 over DNS to a single source, and you've got 3 DNS servers and a system's round robining between those, we may not pick up on the signal accurately. So we combine all DNS together and go through and analyze it that way. And I apologize if it gets loud in the background behind me, but we've got thunderstorm coming through. So that tends to be some big booms. So this is telling us we've got C2 over DNS detected. So let's go to the DNS module and see what it has to say. So this entry has got the little warning triangle here. This domain is potentially tunneling command and control through DNS. Yeah, that would be a bad thing. That's why it's in orange. So what's this telling us? It's telling us we looked up 2,074 resource records that were part of honestimnotevil.com. Well, it's named honestimnotevil.com, so it clearly isn't evil, right? Because it's saying honest, I'm not, so it can't be evil. So this must be okay. Oh, no, wait, it's not. So yeah, so we looked up 2,000 plus resources within that domain. If I go over here on the right, I can see I had one system doing DNS queries, but I don't have anybody else connecting to any resources in that domain. Okay, when we're looking a lot of stuff up, more than what makes sense, and none of our users are accessing that stuff, that tells me, yeah, we got a problem. We've definitely got a potential C2 over DNS. Now, what do these queries look like? Well, if I come up here, and actually something I need you to fix in the book. I noticed this was wrong after I already put this stuff out. Yeah. So see where this says, so slide 170, see where it says change threshold from 1,000 to 0, and it's pointing at this icon? That's actually wrong. It should be pointing at this icon. What it's pointing to is the whitelist filtering. What it should be pointing to is the threshold marker. So I apologize for that. So we want to change our threshold from 100. I'm going to change it down to 0, because once we change it to 0, we'll start seeing the unique, we'll start seeing the fully unique queries that took place. Now notice what's being queried. So quick show of hands in Discord. How many people have ever named a system 60A5291B4324545E0, et cetera, et cetera? Oh, that's easy for our users to remember, right? In other words, these are clearly not human assigned names. You know, I'm flipping through pages here now to look at some of the other ones. This is not something that us as humans would normally assign to a system, right? That's my smart TV. Good one, Keith. Yeah. So something weird's going on here. There's another interesting pattern about this. Does anything stick out about you about this host name? I'll give you a hint. All I see is numbers and the letters A through F. I don't see any other characters being used. Oh, wait, Chris, doesn't hex use numbers and letters A through F? Yes, it does. Well, why is this in hex? Ooh, maybe it's encoded. Maybe it's a hash. Yep, that's possible. Phil got it. It's hex. What is it? What's going on here? Oh, this is another place where CyberChef might actually be able to help us out. Actually, we could just extract this out and use hex to text or something like that to go through and kind of do the conversion as well. But my guess is this is encoded messages being sent back and forth, that they're running it through hex so that simple pattern matching tools won't be able to figure out that data is actually being passed back and forth. In other words, if they tried to name the system C:\Windows/ blah, blah, or whatever, someone might notice that. But because it's all in hex, yeah, maybe that'll kind of help it fall under the radar. Let's make it binary. Yes. Let's convert it to binary and then let's convert it to hex. Yeah, we could do that too. So the second lab, what should you have picked up on? You should have picked up on the fact that up here it was telling, even though there was nothing down here that looked interesting, it was telling us C2 over DNS here. And when we went here, 2,000 unique resources resolved within the honestimnotevil.com or honestimnotevil.com domain. That's suspicious. None of our users are accessing any of those 2,074 resources. That's suspicious. This looks like potential C2 over DNS. And when we looked at what do the individual unique queries look like, we said, oh, that looks like encoded hex. Yeah, we've definitely got a C2 over DNS channel running here. DNS tunneling. Yes, exactly. All right. Let's try that again with lab 3. So cd space / lab 3. So that puts me in the lab 3 directory. Okay, I got a few more Zeke files than I had in the last one. So there'll be a little bit more to do with this one. So I'm going to say Rita import star.log lab 3. Just in case this is cut off or something in somebody's system, I'll throw this into Discord. Why not just up arrow and replace 2 with 3? Yep, you could totally do that, Brian. Absolutely. So what Brian's saying is that, Linux keeps a running history. So if I up arrow, I can go through my commands. So I could go back to this one or go back to the lab 1 command. Either one will work, except that one's further back. And I can just change this to say lab 3, and that'll work for me too. Yep, either way works. I'm going to go ahead and run that. Okay, we got 88 different unique hosts. There's no proxy data again. We do have some SNI information, so Beacon Web will have some data in it. We've got some data as DNS in here. Yeah, we got a few things we could go in and play with here. So now that I ran that command, if I come back here, go to my gear icon, go to lab 3, load that up. All right, do some hunting, see what you find. I'm going to go on mute while you're doing this lab. I'll give you about another five minutes or so, and then we'll go through and talk about this one. Hey, so just real quick, I've got a thunderstorm blowing through with lightning. I hear my power flickering. Can folks just give me a heads up if you actually still hear me? I just want to make sure I'm actually still online and it's not just, nothing's actually timed out on me yet. Folks are raising their hand loud and clear. Awesome. Cool. I'll give you another minute or two and then I'll go through and cover it. I just want to make sure that I get this done before Lightning decides that I don't really need my internet connection on a Saturday. So let me give you another minute or two to go through this and then we'll go through and cover it together. Okay, storm's picking up here again. So let's get through this before I lose internet. So we've went up, we loaded up the lab 3 data set. Let's just do what we did before. So we're going to go in, we'll take a jump under Beacon's Web, and let's see what we've got. So we've got a couple of systems scoring in the red. We got one that's down in the orange. So we only got 3 here to really be concerned with at all. So let's just start with the first one. Ooh, I'm seeing a real persistent connection here, right? We've got about 130 connections taking place each hour all day long. If I look up here at the breakdown of my delta times, oh, look, bell curve. What does bell curve mean? Cobalt strike, right? Oh, I'm nervous now. I'm nervous. Yeah, this looks like this might actually be a beacon. Let's see, where is it going? Oh, it's going to Skype, so that might be okay. Oh, wait, no, it's going to skypetm.com.tw. That doesn't sound like a legitimate Skype domain, right? That kind of sounds more like someone trying to make a domain sound like it's Skype, even though it's not Taiwan Skype #1. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so that's making me a little nervous. Look at this, host parameters and IP address again. That's not a good thing. Well, wait a minute. If we're actually getting if we're actually got a fully qualified domain name in here, why are they still just connecting based on the IP address? So we connected based on IP, but we've got a host name in there. We just didn't use it when we connected. Oh, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Something's wrong. Let's see, user agent string. Oh, look at this. This is bad. They didn't even try. User agent string, Microsoft Internet Explorer. Microsoft Internet Explorer doesn't identify itself as Microsoft Internet Explorer. It's IE space and then a version number, right? So whoever did this created this tool and we're too friggin' lazy to find a legitimate user agent string to use. They just said, oh, Microsoft Internet Explorer, people have heard of that. I'll use that as my user agent string. Oh, come on, give me a break. Um, let's see. Sorry, I have one question. Is there a quick view to see how much traffic was transferred during these sessions? So if I go to view 2, that's going to show me how many times a certain amount of data was transferred under each of these unique sessions. So what this is telling me is out of the 3,188 sessions, 3,052 of them transferred 628 bytes. So that's my heartbeat, right? So I've got a couple of other data points, and the one I always go for is how big is my biggest? Because the largest one is going to express the maximum amount of data leakage that's taken place. And here it's only 828 bytes. So it's an extra 200 bytes over my heartbeat. 200 bytes of data isn't much. So this to me looks like they haven't really done anything with this if it turns out to be a C2 channel. I'm pretty confident it's going to end up being one just based on the fact that, this domain name looks bogus. They're connecting to an IP and, IE has never, ever, ever identified itself as Microsoft Internet Explorer as a user agent string. So this is probably going to be bad. 3,000 connections. Yeah. All right. So let's table that one for now. Let's go to the second one. Self events, Microsoft.com. We've got a certificate that matches. Invalid certificate, no. So it's a legit cert. So this one looks like it's okay. So I could go in and create a safe list entry for this one. Let's look at the last one. arc.msn.com. This is a TCP 443. It does look like TLS SSL. The the SNI information matches the host name that was queried. The digital certificate is valid. This looks like, so long as talking to MSN is okay, looks like this one is probably all right as well. If I jump to long connect, so we've got one beacon we're suspicious about. If I jump to long connections, these are the same two we saw last time. So I just didn't safe list them, so they're still showing up here. But, we already said that these two look like they're okay. If I go to DNS, drop down the size a little bit here. My biggest was Microsoft.com. Got to jump off. Yep, nope, that's totally fine. We're at the top of the hour, so I'm kind of finishing up is in the trying to get us done really quick because I'm sure most people have something to jump to. This has been running for 6 hours now. Okay, so we're down to one system that looks kind of suspicious here, right? So let's go in and let's kind of check that one out at the command line. So I'm going to go in. Let me get this so you can read it. All right. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to say, I want to grab 159. What's that IP address? .65, 220. And I'll just do the first 3 bytes because I'm lazy. DNS.log. Yeah, that never got queried. So, all right, let's take a look at the http.log file. So when I go in and look at that, so I've got get requests. There's a host parameter here, right? Here's the host parameter. So I would expect to find a DNS query for that fully qualified domain name that resulted in the IP address we went to, but that didn't happen. So something's not right here, right? They're doing a direct connection to the IP. They're not doing a DNS query, yet we're seeing a valid host parameter in here. That doesn't sound right. We've got here's our URI string starting here. If we look, yeah, really long, what could potentially be, could potentially be encoded URI. We already said that looks suspicious. Microsoft Internet Explorer is the user agent string. That looks suspicious. What else we got? 200. Okay, so the server is accepting these URI requests. Yeah, we definitely have something bad here. Yeah, I didn't know John spelled strand that way. Yeah. Yeah, this is bad. So yeah, so our first one, yeah, now notice now that we've got some safe list entries in there, these are going quicker and quicker, right? So yeah, this is definitely one we need to go in and be concerned about. All right, let's see if I missed anything on this. Talked about the DNS stuff. Yep, so lab 3, we went through this. Yeah, I called out Skype TM, doesn't sound right. Something's a little bit scammy there. User agent string is funky. It's definitely persistent connectivity. It definitely looks like it's running Cobalt Strike. Oh yeah, here. So I looked up that vendor through VirusTotal, and VirusTotal flags it as something potentially malicious, something you need to be concerned about. So that's one way we could kind of find that. Everything else looked like it was okay. Yeah, we said that the Microsoft stuff could be safe listed. Oh, there was some OpenDNS stuff in there as well. If we know we're using OpenDNS as our DNS servers, this is perfectly fine, right? Some of us use an outside third party for DNS. If we're seeing a lot of DNS traffic going to them, it may behoove us to just go in and create a safe list entry for that. Then this stuff won't show up anymore. Why does it look like a beacon? Well, because so many systems are going out talking to this every time it wants to do a DNS query. Long connections, same as what we saw before. We talked about that. That's it for that lab. So, what if you want to do more? Here's what you do. Go to the Active Countermeasures website, do a search in the blog entries for malware of the day, and you'll see a bunch of malware of the day blog entries that Keith has gone through and done. Don't read the blog entry. When you get to the page, skip to the very bottom. At the very bottom is a copy of the PCAP file that has all the traffic that this analysis is about. Grab that PCAP file. Go in and do an analysis on that. Once you analyze it and you think you have all the answers, now go back and read the blog entry. See if you missed anything. So if you want to keep practicing these with real C2 command and control sessions, that's a great way to go about doing it. And Keith gave a link down in Discord. Thank you so much for that, dude. Let's see. If you're interested in a demo, if the, hey, we got to at least like, if I don't try and do one slide on sales, then, salespeople will get pissed at me. So, hey, if you like the community edition, you want to check out enterprise, just type demo in the Zoom chat and we'll have somebody reach out to you and we can set up a demo and you can check out, what you think of the enterprise version type of thing. Let's see what else. Closing thoughts. Yeah, remember the process. We started off by looking for connection persistency. Long connections are beacons. That was the first thing. Go in and look for that. When we find persistency, we now try to identify, is there a business need? We can't identify a business need. Now we analyze the protocol. If the protocol looks weird and we can't identify anything associated with that, yeah, we may be having a really bad day, really bad week, possibly a bad month. If we check out there is a business need, yeah, this is okay. Yes, it's connection persistency, but it's okay. Create a safe list. And that's all I got. So thank you, folks. Appreciate everybody's time. Apologize, we ran a little bit over. We kind of, VirusTotal threw us off today. I hate it when they do that. But I really appreciate everybody taking time out of their day to come in and attend. The video for this will probably get posted in about 2 weeks. So you can check the Active Countermeasures YouTube channel, or if you check the threat hunting page on our website, we'll post it up there as well. That's all I got. Thank you, folks. Everybody enjoy the rest of your day.